It is a happy hour Friday, and it starts now. The Sports Bash is live. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Streaming live video. You can watch the show on YouTube and the X platform. Just search at Mike Gill Show. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there, we got a little Friday fun day today. Jalen Hurts, the Eagles, can they really lose to the Raiders? What do you guys think? Do you see a path to victory for the Raiders, who stink out loud? They're the worst team probably in all of football. Ugly Five, probably the worst team, maybe the Titans, but they're right up there. This is a terrible Raiders outfit, but is there a path to victory? We'll discuss. We got Sixers back in action tonight after a week layoff here. They play the Pacers. Flyers with a loss last night against the Vegas Golden Knights. Big turnover late in that game. That was a fun moment with John Tortorella talking about the turnover. He was there for ESPN. And, of course, you heard the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. I think this Eagles game, we've talked because the Eagles defense was so good last week, right? The Eagles defense was so good. So there was really only one topic, and it was the problems that the Eagles offense had, specifically Jalen Hurts, and whether it was preposterous to discuss benching him, moving on from him. There's a report that the Eagles might draft his replacement. I mean, we are getting way into the weeds on a guy who is, the current reigning, defending Super Bowl MVP. At what point do your accomplishments fade? That is something I was thinking about as I got ready for today's show. At what point does your past accomplishments no longer hold true? And they are basically just that, past accomplishments. At what point do you say, hey, this guy won a Super Bowl, I need to give him the benefit of the doubt? Hey, this guy has been nothing but a winner. He has won X amount of percentage of games. I don't know what it is, 65, 70% of his games. I have to give him the benefit of the doubt. And in sports, what are we yearning for anymore? What are we yearning for? You know what the problem with we are as sports fans and a sports fan society? The problem we have is we strive for something that is absolutely unattainable. Absolutely unattainable is what sports fans want. It's absolute perfection. Right? Your team wins the Super Bowl, but you don't like the way they did it. Oh, it's not aesthetically pleasing enough. I want them to look better. Right? Oh, the offense isn't good enough. This isn't fun. I want a more entertaining team. What is your goal as a sports fan? Do you want to win or do you want to be entertained? Which one is it? The Eagles right now are neither. They're not entertaining and they're not winning. But if they went back to being not entertaining, but they were winning, then you'd complain. Well, they're not entertaining enough. I can't buy into Jalen Hurts. Why? Well, he's just not what I thought. It's like you have this thought in your mind of what a quarterback should be for a team that wins. And Jalen Hurts is not that guy, right? Isn't that part of the problem here? He's not the guy that you look at when you think of the quarterback that wins and wins and wins and has fun and is aesthetically pleasing and puts up the stats that you think a quarterback should put up for a team that wins. Right? It's one thing if the quarterback won the Super Bowl and he threw for 5,000 yards. Well, that makes sense. I like that. That's something I got taught by my 5th grade gym teacher. Right? Everything goes back to what we remember first. Your gym teacher wore bike shorts and wigwams, right? And he told you, this is the way it goes. And you're like, yep, my quarterback has to throw for 5,000 yards because Mr. So-and-so in 8th grade gym class told me that. And that has to be it. There can't be any other way to do it. It can only be that way. That's the way sports always seems to be, right? You win a Super Bowl, and that's supposed to be the exclamation point at the end of the sentence. I won the Super Bowl, and therefore I don't not deserve criticism at times, but can I at least keep my job? Do I really have to go into the very next season and have people actually consider benching me? Like, we get into the season, our hope is we win a Super Bowl. That's what we all want. A World Series, an NBA championship, a Stanley Cup final. Those are the things that you want. Those are the things you hope happen. The Eagles achieved that. Was it not enough? You know, for most of our lifetimes, many people in the listening audience, the Eagles had never won a Super Bowl. I can't imagine we have too many people that are listening to the show that are under the age of 10 when they won their first Super Bowl. However, those people are spoiled. They got one, and then those SOBs got another one. It took many of us our whole life to get that 2017 Super Bowl. And now, are we so ignorant? Are we so greedy that if the aesthetics of the season don't look the way that you envisioned a season should look, that we start to get a little wonky with our opinions? Hey, listen, everybody's entitled to their opinions and how you want to view things. I get it. I said this many times. You don't get too many people questioning Tom Brady in Boston. You don't get too many people questioning Peyton Manning in Indianapolis. Not too many people are going to question Drew Brees on Bourbon Street. So why are we so different? What is wrong with us? Seriously. Why can't we just say, you know what, our guy is different, and he's struggling right now, but you know what? He has earned the right to try to work out of this thing. I mean, I can't believe this week the amount of people who have actually even uttered the name Tanner McKee. Like, we shouldn't even know who the backup quarterback on this team is because our guy has won the Super Bowl. Like, over the years in Indianapolis, you know what? Think anybody knew who the backup quarterback was to Peyton Manning? Like, who was the standout backup quarterback to Tom Brady? Who the hell knows? Not one person ever asked to see that guy. Never. Meanwhile, we know the second, third practice squad guy. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, Tanner McKee's name should not be in anybody's vocabulary. We shouldn't even know who that guy is. We should never want to see that guy. And yet people are asking for him to play. It's unbelievable. What is wrong with us? I don't want to say us because I haven't asked for that. I'm not including myself in this. I'm just saying us as a fan base here. Something is not right. Something just doesn't compute. Were you not raised right? Was your upbringing that poor that you really want to see a lesser product? I don't know. Like, Eagles quarterback play over the years has always been this wild ride, right? You had Jaworski. When I was a kid, you had Jaworski. And he was like a good quarterback, but he wasn't like elite or great. He was just kind of good. And then I was growing up at the time when, if you remember, Jaworski was towards the end of his career, and they had Randall, and Jaworski would play like first and second down, and then they would put Randall in on third down. Like, what a crazy concept. We lived through that. And then, you know, after Randall, you kind of went through like this vagabond group of quarterbacks for a bunch of years until they got Donovan. And, of course, Donovan didn't have universal love. Right? Donovan was great, or he stunk. He was awesome. He threw worm burners. He was amazing. He was terrible. Like, there was no consensus on Donovan McNabb. And look, many of these guys never achieved the ultimate goal. They never won the Super Bowl. Jaworski didn't. Randall didn't. McNabb didn't. Then you kind of transition from McNabb to a bunch of just vagabonds. Mike Vick for a little bit in there. And Vick had his moments, but he was inconsistent. And then you kind of grew tired of him. and then they got Wentz, and then Wentz looked like he was the guy, and then he wasn't, and then you wanted to move on from Wentz because Foles won the Super Bowl, so then Foles was the guy, and then they didn't agree. They went and got Sam Bradford. I think that was actually before Wentz. But, they've tried all these different guys, and none of them has been able to do ultimately what Jalen Hurts has done, which is win the Super Bowl. And yet, it seems that Hurts, to many people out there, feels more like he's in the category of Jaworski and Randall and Donovan and Vic and Bradford and Wentz and all those guys. You feel like he's more there. A guy that, he's okay. He might be good. He won the Super Bowl. So what is the statute of limitations on your Super Bowl victory holding true? When does that go away? When is that no longer an accomplishment that I give two rat's rear ends about? Like, at what point do you say, you know what, he won the Super Bowl 10 months ago, and he was the MVP of the game, and he was in another Super Bowl, and he played really well in that game, but all that stuff I no longer am putting under consideration here. He stinks. Let's play Tanner McKee. Where is that line of demarcation? When does that come into play? Like, when was it when you were like, you know what? The guy who won the Super Bowl last year, I've decided that I think he stinks. That's what I've done. I've decided he stinks. Now, mind you, we're not talking about a man who won the Super Bowl at 38 and is now playing again at 39. Like, Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl late in his career with the Broncos, but he wasn't really the reason. He wasn't the MVP of the game, and he was a fading player. I don't know that Jalen Hurts is fading at, 28 years old? Is he on his decline now? Am I missing am I not on board with the decline? Listen, Tanner McKee, I watched him play. I was at the game he played against the Giants. He was all right. I mean, we're going crazy over Tanner McKee. And as I said before, if Tanner McKee was great, I got news for you. There's many coaches in this league that have been on Nick Sirianni's staff that were looking for quarterbacks. One of them is in New Orleans. He was the offensive coordinator last year. He had no quarterback. He deemed that Spencer Rattler, was a better option, and now he has Tyler Shook, who, by the way, has exceeded some expectations, I believe. But I don't think that Kellen Moore, when he drafted Tyler Shook, he obviously didn't think at the time because he started Spencer Rattler for how many weeks. So when you were your first-time head coach, you could have said, you know what? There's some familiarity I have with this guy in Philly. They're not using him. Let me see if I can get him away. There was no call made there, right? Shane Steichen could have at least said, hey, guess what? I know Philly knows what they're doing with quarterbacks. I know Nick pretty well. Maybe I'll go after that guy. He knows, the system pretty well. They didn't make a call. Like, McKee is what he is. He's a second and third level quarterback. He might be able to, throw the ball. He can't move. He can't do this. Very limited offense that you're running with him. You're running stuff like the Giant game that he did play in. Tight end drag over and over and over again. And we want to, coming off of a Super Bowl with 4 games left in the season, there are people suggesting, hey, you know what? Let's bring that guy into the mix. People need to have their heads examined, but I digress. So at what point do we just say, you know what? Hurts winning that Super Bowl, yeah, that line of demarcation is passed. He's no longer any good. He stinks. That's where we kind of start today's show. Those are the things that are on my mind today.
Well,
this new mic thing has got me all messed up.
You good now?
Yeah, I mean, you used to use that one over there.
Well, until the engineer came in and changed all the mics around. Now we got different mics and different cords and different things. But anyway, back to your original point. I think part of there's 2 issues that you brought up. They're kind of, to me, separate issues. One is the historically, you're not good enough, I want somebody else. That's a societal problem. That's a whole grass is green on the other side. It doesn't matter if I have something that's good, I want something better. And Philly sports fans are notorious for that, right? It's, hey, Iverson's not good enough until he's no longer here. Then it's, I wish I had him back. Donovan, he's not good enough until he's gone. And then you wish you had him back,
I don't know that it ever happened.
What?
that Donovan.
Okay, well, Randall. We'll go Randall. Randall. Well,
Randall ended up getting hurt. I mean,
but then he went to Minnesota, had that monster year.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's like, "Oh, I wish we had Randall." So there's it's Scott Rowland's a punk. Then you get rid of him, and then you want him back. It's whoever you want to name. So there's always been that vibe where it's like people just can't appreciate what they have, and that's a very grass is always green on the side of the fence kind of issue, right?
It feels that way. It's one of the more perplexing things that I can think of is like, you have a guy who won the Super Bowl. I don't know what your goal is then. If you win the Super Bowl, I'm not sure. Like, I guess it's, I'm not satisfied with one. I want two, and that's your prerogative, and I'm not saying you're wrong about that. You should want another one. I want another one. But don't you think the guy that got you one is possibly your best chance to get you another one? Or do you only feel that he's won one and that that's all he's good enough for is one?
And I think that
like if you win one,
yeah.
Can you not win two? Is that what your mindset is? Like, you won one, I don't think you can actually win two.
Well, I think that goes to the other issue, and that is, and this is where I'm going to say something that's probably going to make someone mad. Part of this on the other side of it is people are gullible. People hear something and they just repeat, rinse and repeat. They don't actually have deep, thoughtful conversations. It's just, I don't like this. And I heard somebody say that they don't like it too. So I'm just going to keep saying it on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok, texting in 609-403-0973. That's part of the problem too.
So they don't believe it. They just heard it.
Well, no, they don't know what they believe. They just hear something that seems to vibe with something inside of them.
Yeah.
How many times, Mike, have you talked about, does the person really want Rob Thompson fired, or do they just think they would do a better job than Rob Thompson?
Well, I say that all the time.
Right. So it's not that people believe, I don't think most people believe Rob Thompson stinks. I think most people just think they're smarter or better than the manager or coach.
Well, that's the thing in baseball.
General.
Baseball and basketball are two sports where I do think the fans think the coach is the problem because they deem that they could actually do a better job.
Correct.
Yeah, football's a little different where, it does take a little bit more to be a football coach. And the football coach does have, in my opinion, a lot bigger impact on the games because, yes, in fact, they are calling every single play of the game, and there is a whole heck of a lot more scheming and game planning going on in terms of their scheme, your scheme, this scheme. Baseball, not calling every single play, no scheme, none of that, like behind the, you're certainly not in a meeting room 5 days preparing. The nature of the schedule is way different. Basketball, very similar. People act like, and we live in an area where high school basketball is, pretty big, or, it's obviously an area where high school basketball has a lot of notoriety, has a lot of great coaches. And because of that, these coaches do have a very big impact. Like high school basketball, the basketball coach has a major impact because they literally are like on the court calling like almost every single play. They've got, styles of offenses that like in the NBA, it's not a high school basketball game. You have one great player, he dominates the game. Generally, these high school basketball teams, no offense to them, there's 5 kids. They're all about similar skill set. The one team that has the one really good kid,
and similar size,
they win, right? Most of the kids are all 5'10".
5'10", 5'11".
Exactly,
They're just running up and down the court.
The NBA game is a players' league. It shifts from a coached, very overly coached, like high school basketball. Let's be honest, very overly coached.
But to bring it back to what I was originally saying, which is sometimes people they say stuff because they heard somebody else say it, and they're gullible enough to just rinse and repeat what they heard somebody else say.
But even that in itself is amazing to me. The fact that generally I will say something, and then it goes in one ear and out the other, and they're like, "You said this." I'm like, "No, I did not." The fact that you're saying that they heard something and then they regurgitate, I can't even imagine that people actually retain what they heard.
Because it rings inside, and it resonates, is a better word, something inside of them, right? It's the whole, I have an experience, there's a person who says a word or something the way I like it. We had this, me and Nick Earnshaw, we joke about this all the time with Billy Schweim in the locker room on 97.3 ESPN. Nick and I always talk about that. Me and Nick will say something, that we think Billy's going to agree with. And then Billy will argue with us about it. And we're like, Billy, we're saying the same thing. We're just not saying it the way you
I
are
always
resonating
said
with you.
about Donovan McNabb. Donovan McNabb was great. He just wasn't the great that you wanted him to be.
He wasn't in the structure and the framework that people aesthetically wanted.
Right. He McNabb was great. He just wasn't the picture in your mind of what greatness is.
Correct.
And that's where I think Hurts is kind of going down. Hurts has won the Super Bowl. He's won the Super Bowl MVP. He got to a Super Bowl. That year, I think he finished, second in the MVP voting?
In 2022, yeah.
I mean, there's nobody with a better winning percentage in football, yada, yada. We know all the accolades. But he's not the great that you picture in your mind of what you think greatness is.
Which is funny, though, because when you think about greatness, you just mentioned that Peyton Manning's second Super Bowl, he didn't win it. Dan Marino never won a championship. There's all kinds of football history where it's like the great aesthetically pleasing quarterback. Look at Phillip Rivers. He just came back at 44 years old. That dude couldn't get to a Super Bowl.
Many people look at this is the guy that has to be playing quarterback for the team that wins the Super Bowl. And I think if you look back through history, there's a variety of different guys who have won the Super Bowl. And Jalen Hurts is one of them. So does that mean
He's
you can't?
That's
right.
part of the problem.
But does that mean he can't do it again?
Right. People don't always value the fact that you won the championship. They're constantly looking for what's next.
That's one of the things here. I think it's you won one, now I want another one, and I don't believe that this guy can do it a second time. I can't even believe he did it the first time. And now, even though he proved that he can do it, I almost don't believe that he did it. And therefore, I don't think he can now do it twice. And it's just an unfortunate way to kind of
view life.
To view things, right? You won one, and I didn't even think you could do that. Well, I did. Well, I didn't think you could. Well, so what? I did it.
Right. Instead of appreciating the job that someone did, this is all facets of life.
Yeah, but it's also a predetermination of
who you are.
I never believed in you,
right?
And I don't want to say I'm wrong, so I'm just going to continue to say I'll move the goalpost to you can't do it twice.
Right.
So it's like, hey, you said you didn't think I could win the Super Bowl. I did it. So now do you like me? Nope, I don't think you can do it twice.
Right.
So, and listen, this isn't to absolve Hurts' play. He has not played all that well. But here's the thing.
It's a huge jump from saying the guy had a bad game and we got to fix it.
Well, I think I do
think
think he's had a streak of bad games. And this is where I think people you're allowed to be critical of Jalen's play. He has not played well. Now, you can also wonder, is he not playing well because he stinks? Is he not playing well because the coaching staff understands his limitations, and once those limitations have been figured out by the other team, they are now trying to expand him outside those limitations? Like, what is the reason why his struggles are happening here? Is it because he's not good, or is it because he's been figured out and now he can evolve to that next level? Because there are guys who, listen, have won, and, we've seen quarterbacks in the past. There's a guy who played there was a guy, what the heck was his name? He played for the Buccaneers. He was Kansas State's quarterback. What the heck was that guy's name?
Josh Freeman.
And Josh Freeman came into the league, and he had one unbelievable season.
Right, he had that monster year.
And then he stunk after that.
Correct.
And he was out of the league bad. And he never won the Super Bowl or anything. But for 1 year, he was really, really, really good. And then it was like, man, they found their guy, and then he stunk. And it was like he never evolved past that point. So is Hurts at that moment now where he has hit his apex and he can't be any better, and this is all he is?
It's a good question. I don't know if we have the literal answer for that, but I think in retrospect, it's something that probably led to the Jeremy Fowler piece.
Well, is there a path to victory for the Raiders? We'll kind of look at that coming up. Q Myers, our outside view today at 3:30. McGarry tonight at 5 o'clock. We had to do a little schedule change for McGarry tonight. Johnny Mac's going to join us right after 3 o'clock today. The Eagles have a weird practice schedule today. When we come back, you'll hear from Nick Sirianni and hear what he had to say as they get ready for the Raiders. Does he see any slip-up from this team as practice continues on today? Fred Johnson, he wasn't at practice yesterday. Sirianni with an update on that, kind of, sort of. What about Lane Johnson? Will he play? What about Matt Pryor? Is he a possibility? How do they approach the matchup with Max Crosby? Can Max Crosby be the game record? Listen, this offense stinks so bad, one guy might be the game record. You'll hear from Nick Sirianni coming up next here on the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, so we'll get your text messages here, 609-403-0973. Real quick on Sirianni. You'll hear what he has to say here real quick. On Lane Johnson and Fred Johnson. He says, I don't get too much into that stuff. You saw the injury report. You'll see what happens today on the injury report. So he gave no indication on Fred Johnson. Now, he was asked about Fred Johnson as Lane Johnson's backup. Both are in question here. He said, yeah, we feel good about everybody that we have. That's why they're here. Feel good about our depth that we have. Feel good about the guys we have. You'll see the injury report a little bit later today. Okay, so he doesn't want to tell you anything. Well, what about Matt Pryor? Has he been working at tackle? Sirianni, feel really good about him. About everything that he's done since he's been here. Thanks a lot. They got a problem if Fred Johnson and Lane Johnson don't play. Now, Lane Johnson was a DNP again yesterday, and so was Landon Dickerson. So you have a possibility that Landon Dickerson and Lane Johnson don't play in this game. You got Max Crosby on the other side, to which he was asked, what's your approach against Max Crosby? Says, you got to know where he is at all times. You always have to know where good players are at all times, playing for him with different things we do. Obviously, you like to have plans that you have in your notes and things you've been through in the past and rain and snow, whatever. That's the same with good players. He's a phenomenal football player, so we thought about him quite a bit this week, and that's our job as coaches and players to make sure that guys like that we think about, we have a game plan for. Here's the problem. You have a game plan for Max Crosby with possibly Matt Pryor playing right tackle. Whew. And you talk about, can you lose to the Raiders? Talk about a team that has a, how do you lose a game? Bad offensive line. Other team has one pass rusher, and he wrecks the game for you. That keeps the game close. I was on with Q Myers on his show in Vegas last night, and I said this game could be the first to 10. A 10-10 rock fight. Whose offense is more inept, Philadelphia or the Raiders? All right, let's get to some text messages. 609-403-0973. Mike, anyone suggesting the bench Hurts aren't worth listening to? However, 2023 was a difficult thing for Eagles fans. Now it seems to be happening again. While fans were fine with blaming Patul and the O-line, Jalen went and had the worst game in a long time, so now everyone's anger is focused on him, which is fair. You can say that he played a bad game. You're allowed to say that Jalen didn't play well. Totally within your rights. Now, if Jalen Hurts makes that throw to A.J. Brown and A.J. Brown actually catches it and they win the game, Jalen didn't play great, but they won the game, are we still asking for Jalen to be benched? Probably not. Probably not. It's the fact that at the end of the day, we see 4 interceptions, 2 of which were not really his fault. But they go to him. So it's, he had 4 interceptions. It's the worst game he's ever played. I'm not suggesting that he played great, but he didn't get a lot of help either. So let's not act like he was just so inept that if he got a little help or, his receiver catches 3 catchable balls. And by the way, the receiver wasn't, we're not talking about Johnny Wilson. We're talking about A.J. Brown didn't help him out. Make a catch, dude. And maybe your quarterback, you don't have knuckleheads saying, play Tanner McKee all week long. 609-403-0973. That would literally be like, A.J. Brown had 3 drops. Should we play Darius Cooper? Seriously. Forget Darius Cooper. I can't. Who's worse? Because Cooper actually would be somewhat intriguing and enticing, but he's not A.J. Brown. I get it. Most people out there probably don't even know who Darius Cooper is. Who's like lower than Cooper?
Britton Covey?
Sure.
Xavier Gibson, they cut him.
They cut him already.
Bring Gibson back.
Isn't there a guy like they have Dotson's the 3rd, Cooper's the 4th.
Covey's the 5th now.
Yeah, whoever has been hanging around and has been a receiver on this team, that would be like A.J. Brown dropping 3 passes and then you saying, you got to bench A.J. Brown and play.
And by the way, he did drop 3 passes.
He said that he did. This isn't like us just pontificating.
Right.
A.J. Brown said that he dropped 3 passes and that he wishes that he had back. And by the way, we watched him drop 3 passes, one of which was thrown right in his lap, and he missed it. Now, the defensive player, yes, made a nice play at the end of the play to but the ball was in his hands. And he's A.J. Brown. Guess what? Make the catch. The other interception is really on A.J. Brown, and that goes to Jalen Hurts. But, again, Jalen Hurts throws 4 interceptions. He did not play well. I'm on board with that. But that literally would be like saying, because A.J. Brown dropped 3 passes, we should then play
Quez Watkins is on the practice squad.
Quez Watkins. You know what? A.J. Brown didn't play well. Play John Mechie. He's not here anymore.
On the Jets.
Yeah. But
Terrace Marshall is on the practice squad.
there you go. Play Terrace Marshall. He was good at one point. He had like a stretch of 6 games in Carolina that he was actually a credible
And then he got
receiver.
injured again.
But that's so 3 passes. Therefore, you probably should bench him for 6th round pick. What round was McKee drafted in?
Tanner McKee?
Yeah.
I think it was 6th round. Let me check.
I thought it could be 5th, could be 6th. But, find receiver, draft it late, and say he had a Darius Cooper would be really the guy. Darius Cooper's actually an undrafted free agent.
6th round for McKee.
Yeah. Tanner McKee, 6th rounder. Oh, yeah, Brady, he was drafted in the – no.
Quez Watkins was a 6th round draft pick, too.
There you go.
Let's start both McKee and
Paul
Quez
from
Watkins.
Millville. 2 points I want to make. 1, do you think the lure of the first Super Bowl was so significant because it was our first and it was such a magical ride that it made Jalen unable to reach the pedestal that Nick Foles is on in this city? Interesting question. Nick will always be the first one.
He's your first love.
And Nick's a likable guy.
Very likable. Very popular.
Jalen, when he got drafted, it was almost like McNabb. It was like, what are you taking this guy for? Right? Like, you didn't want the guy.
Nobody
and then
wanted
he
him.
became your guy almost unwillingly. You weren't excited that he became your
Right,
guy.
you were forced into it. It was like going to the car dealership and saying, I want that car. You can't afford that. You can afford this. And then you drive off the car lot with something you didn't really want.
So Jalen has never – it's like first impressions mean everything. Nick's first impression was good, and then he wins the Super Bowl. He's your first Super Bowl. Nick will never be the least popular or the second popular. He will always be the first popular. Jalen was not first impression, was never love this guy. It was, what are you taking this guy for? We already have a quarterback. So he was up against it from Jump Street. Then he gets the starting nod, and the team goes 2-5. So the first impression is, this guy stinks. I didn't want this guy. And then after his first year in which he gets you to the playoffs, you have a chance to go get Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson and anybody else that was available that offseason, and you wanted all of those guys over this guy. And then he takes you to the Super Bowl. And it was like, but I didn't like this guy. He's never been my guy, so I don't really want to act like I like this guy. So I got to act like he stinks still.
I can't be too excited.
And then they lose the Super Bowl. And
The
it's
first
not
one.
that he played poorly in the game, because he didn't. He played very well in that game, but it was the fumble that he had that really was the big play in that game. It was actually the bad snap. He had the hold by Sayamala.
I was going to say the false start on
Was it
the
the-
tush
was-
push.
Yeah, the Sayamala got a penalty. I don't remember if it was a
It was a
hold or a
false
tush
start.
push. And then the next play, they snap it over Jalen's. He fumbles it
Over
or
his
whatever.
head.
Yeah, and that's basically a huge moment in that game.
Major moment.
Paul in Millville, second point. Do you think Kellen Moore takes the Saints job if he knew Derek Carr wasn't actually going to be there?
Fair
Yes.
question. I mean, Derek Carr did make his retirement like months after Kellen Moore took the job. So there is a possibility that Kellen Moore might have taken the job.
Well, like Mosher said, Mosher's been in the camp of like, listen, you get a job offer, you take it, which I agree with. But my point has always been, like, Ben Johnson stayed in Detroit and he got a better job.
Right. I would also say that even to Paul from Millville's point, even if when Derek Carr did retire, he didn't retire like in July. They still could have made a trade for Tanner McKee either around the draft or during minicamp or something like that. So, Kellen Moore had about like 3-4 months, 5 months for the season where he could have made a call.
Yeah, listen. I think Kellen Moore would have been better suited. And I know Mosher's saying, why would he want this offensive line, all that stuff. I get all that. You wonder if Kellen's just a little bit more creative. I don't want to say creative because I think this offense is what it is. But I guess what I'm talking about is what we talked about yesterday. He calls plays with a purpose. He sets things. He's just a savvier play caller. That's where the play caller, I think, does have an impact, is he's savvier at it. He has a reason. He tells a story. There's some psychology to why I'm calling this play. And this play might be the one that, makes more sense here, but I'm going to call this one because I want to set this play up in the third quarter. I think he just has a little bit more depth to the reasons why he call plays.
Yeah, really quick. This is what Nick Foles said on the season podcast about how the Eagles don't really have a rhythm a purpose for the plays they're calling.
So a summary of all the plays. I don't really see an offense. I see just plays. I don't see a cohesive scheme. I think they hear a lot of what everyone's talking about. Hey, under center, you're doing good. We need more play action. Hey, we need to run the ball with Saquon. I see them trying to do that, motions every play. A lot of times I'm why did they do that? It's just a cross motion and the defense isn't even talking. They just bump out. They're trying to do the things that people are saying, but they're not with the purpose.
No purpose. I've been saying this for a long time, so I'm glad that Nick Foles agrees with me. I see no purpose in the play calling. That doesn't mean you stink as a play caller or that the plays can't work. They can still work if you execute them, but I would like a better story in the play calling, a better, setting things up.
Yeah, something that's hey, we're going to do this play because later in the game we're going to do something else.
Mike, I think one of the main reasons so many people were questioning Jalen Hurts was because the games the Eagles were winning early were so close, and many of them that they probably should have lost. People were kind of just waiting for the shoe to drop. The collapse is what everyone was afraid was going to happen. I honestly think Jalen just needs to run the ball more himself like he used to, and he'll be fine. He just seems to be afraid to take off and go. That's from Alex in Mays Landing. Alex, I agree. I don't anticipate that Jalen, he makes throws that you're there it is. He can do it. Yes, and we've seen it in the past. So I give him that benefit of the doubt. But I think what's limited him is that he has not been willing to help his team out in the run game. And maybe he doesn't want to get hurt. Maybe we'll see more of that in the playoffs. I don't know. This is okay, I'm just going to have to sit here and hope that in the playoffs when the games mean more,
right,
that it means more to him too. And he says, it's 3rd and 7. There's nobody open. I got 7 yards. I'm going to go.
Yeah, and the other thing is that let's not forget that, the Eagles themselves are not calling as many run plays. So that's an issue that, I remember you and Sal Powell talked about that earlier this week here on the Sports Bash about how, the Eagles are also not calling as many quarterback runs, quarterback counters for Jalen to run. So now you're asking Jalen to run on his own, which if he runs on his own, then how is that disrupting the offensive game plan as well?
Yeah, I think that's one big missing component. Cole and LBI, you're better than this, Cole. He says, how does A.J. Brown drop 3 passes when he only has 1 on the season? That's the worst question, Cole, that you have ever asked. Did you not watch the game? Not every ball that's a quote-unquote drop is a drop. The ball that he misses in the end zone is not quote-unquote ruled a dropped pass. But I will ask Cole because I like Cole. He's a great texter. He's always been a big texter on the show. Do you not think he should have caught that ball? That's not officially a drop, that ball.
It's not officially a drop, but it's if you think you're one of the best receivers in football, should you not catch that? If that was...
That's not even what I'm asking. I'm just asking him.
Oh.
He's saying he only has 1 quote-unquote drop credited to him on the season. So how did he drop 3 balls the other night? I would ask Cole.
It's a flawed stat.
The ball that he missed, quote-unquote, dropped, or whatever you want to call it, the ball in the end zone, late in that game that Jalen Hurts threw right to his hands. That's not quote-unquote. They don't label that a drop. But, Cole, do you think he should have caught that ball? And then we can have a better discussion. Because, yes, that ball in the end zone is not credited as a drop per se.
Wait, we're talking about the stat of drops. We're talking about when you watch the game, not statistically, visually, do your eyes tell you that there were passes that went that there were targets that went to A.J. Brown that he should have caught.
Right, like he said, you guys are way too to AJ catching a 50-50 ball. These 3 drops weren't 50-50 balls. The one that he had was wide open. It just went right through his hands.
Right, went right through the wickets.
I mean, literally right through his hands. Was it a little high? Sure. But watch that play. It hit him right in the hands. It wasn't a 50-50 ball. There wasn't anybody near him. The pass was a little high. He jumped up, and it went through his hands.
But that goes to what I was saying, which is A.J. Brown likes to say he thinks he's one of the best receivers in football. Well, do we think that if that was fill in the blank other great receiver in the NFL right now, would they have caught that pass? I think that's part of the problem as well.
A.J. Brown told you after the game he should have caught the pass. He said, there was 3 plays I would like to have back. He wasn't asked about this play, that play. He said, there's 3 plays I wish I had back. So, Cole, you're better than that, my man. You know that. 609-403-0973. This story with the Michigan coach is wild. So, I want to dive into that on the other side real quick.
You sure about
that? Some new news is coming out right now. I don't know if it's new news or old news, but some of the charges that are coming out. This happened on Wednesday late in the show, and I was like, the Michigan coach just got fired. Sharon Moore. But why he's getting fired and what could be next, that's the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 2:53 has the college football season is starting the bowl season. Army Navy this weekend on 97.3 ESPN. Then bowl season starts tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night we'll have the LA Bucked Up Bowl. Buckle up, baby. The LA Bowl tomorrow night. It's actually a fun game. Boise and Washington. Sharon Moore was the head football coach at Michigan. So Wednesday night we're doing the show. I see that he gets fired, and I'm thinking, wow, that's kind of odd. And now we're finding out a little bit more as to why. He is facing charges of stalking, home evasion. So he abruptly gets fired this week. We start to find out that he was having an inappropriate relationship with a staffer. Ooh, good grief on this one. Apparently, he stalked the woman. He went to her house. There's talks that he went in with like a butter knife.
Yeah.
Butter knife's not the best way to go out, buddy. That's probably pretty dull and painful. That being said, he had scissors, a butter knife. I mean, he's saying you ruined my life, all this stuff. I mean, now the Michigan AD is also fired, right?
Right. So the idea is that there were incidents before the ultimate thing that got him fired and arrested, that apparently there were other incidents of him, shall we call it, acting out.
Well, so he is now saying, they're claiming like some mental illness situations, that he's mentally unstable. They brought him to go get looked at. They basically turned him back over. This guy, I mean,
this man should have never had this job. And the fact that people overlooked his suspect behavior for so long allowed it to get to this point.
Well, according to reports, he's out on a $25,000 bond. He cannot leave the state without court permission. He'll have a GPS tethered to him.
Right.
No contact with the victim, whose name will not become public. Unfortunately, the sad part of this is not only is her name public, her picture is everywhere. I mean, this woman, I'm sure where she lives right now, she cannot live her life, all because this guy was ugly story. College football continues this weekend. Army Navy, a good story. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning. We'll talk to John McMullen. He is leaving Eagles practice in about 10 minutes. We'll catch you up to him. More Sports Bash this hour. A lot of text messages. We'll try to pop a few text messages. I do want to get to this from Jim Bowden at the Winter Meetings. Winter Meetings coming to a close. Obviously, the Phillies signed Kyle Schwarber earlier. What's next for them? Well, we were talking about this the other day. The Phillies, according to reports, are begging someone to take Nick Castellanos. Begging someone. And as we've talked a lot about, they're going to end up having to release Castellanos because Castellanos. So one of the big things, the Phillies, people are just like, just give them to somebody, they'll take them. No, that's not how this works. Because for them to take the $20 million, they want the Phillies to put a prospect, attach it to him. So, we'll take Nick Castellanos, but you're going to have to give us something for taking him. And the Phillies are like, well, we don't want to do that, so we'll just cut him. And other teams know the Phillies are going to release him, so they're not willing to give the Phillies anything back in return. So that's not like they're saying, hey, we have a bad contract, you have a bad contract, let's just flip them. So the Phillies at this point are just like, listen, we're begging someone to take this guy. And the teams that they're begging are the teams that I've kind of been talking about. It's these small market teams that don't want to pay for a veteran player, and then they get the veteran player, and then they hope that Nick Castellanos goes there and hits 15 homers the first half of the season, and then come the trade deadline, because he's a free agent, that teams will try to trade for him and say, hey, we need a right-handed bat. You've had a really good first half. Let me trade for him. The problem they have is that they can't get anybody to take him. They got no takers for him. Nick Castellanos will not be back with the Phillies. 0% chance. And the chances of them moving him, I put at about 5%. He has no value for a couple of reasons. One, he stinks. Two, he's a weird dude. And what happened with him and Rob Thompson last year is hovering over this whole thing. That's what people don't get. He's a right-handed bat. He's a veteran player. He's a bleep. he's a jerk. He's an odd bird. And what happened with him and Thompson is what the problem is. That's the problem. According to some reports, Castellanos, the teammates thought was so egregious that it got him benched for a game. Now, you might say, got him benched for a game. That's not that big of a deal. And I think that's just because Thompson wanted to prove the point that, hey, you're not going to talk to me like that, but he also didn't want to say, I'm going to hurt the team. Until later on, he started to hurt the team because he stinks. And he's not a good dude. He's always been an aloof, weird guy, and you kind of were like, Casty, and then he had his son hanging around for the run. But what he did to Thompson in Miami, I think has lingered and has hurt now the Phillies' ability to give him away. They can't give him away. They couldn't say, hey, just take him from us and we'll pay you the $20 million. Teams are like, I don't want him. Stop calling us. It's like your boy texting me every day with a trade for Nick Castellanos. This one here has Nick Castellanos with other losers for Sandy Alcantara. Do you think the Miami Marlins, seriously, do you really think the Miami Marlins would include Sandy Alcantara, a Cy Young Award winner? No, I get it. He did not pitch well last year, but he was coming off of Tommy John surgery. For Nick Castellanos? Dude, what do you do in the morning that you come up with trade ideas that stick Nick Castellanos, number one, in any trade, and two, put Johan Rojas and Max Lazar in the same trade, and then expect Sandy Alcantara back in return? Alcantara banned. Seriously, you've got to be off your rocker to think that the Marlins would take Nick Castellanos and give you Sandy Alcantara.
Well, listen, part of the problem also is not just that Castellanos has this aloof, weird personality. It's not just the $20 million. It's not just what happened with Rob Thompson. It's all the above. And the fact that Nick Castellanos is too dense to realize that all of these things are impacting the situation.
Yeah, I listen.
Like I saw him do an interview recently, and like the way he talks, it's like the guy is completely clueless that his aloof, indifferent, borderline passive-aggressive, childish brat personality. He acts like a petulant little child half the time. That he doesn't understand that that's impacting him and how the league views him.
Well, according to the reports, the fact that the Phillies are trying to like basically they can't give him away. They cannot give him away.
Because teams are like, why do I want him? What are you going to give me to take him?
Well, that's the thing. They want the Phillies to attach a prospect.
Correct.
And the Phillies are saying, we're not doing that. We'll just cut him. Like, if you want him, we'll pay you to take him. We'll give you some money. We'll pay some of his salary. But we're not going to attach a young prospect with him.
And we should give the Phillies credit for that. We should give the Phillies credit for not being willing to sacrifice an asset, a future player, just to move on from a guy who, they're not going to make a dumb trade just to get rid of him. And I think we should give him credit for that.
Yeah, and again, Casty has no value. He has zero value. Just because you play every day, just because you have no value. And it was just reported. Literally, the report said the Phillies, this is the exact report. The Phillies are begging. Begging is the word. They are begging teams to take him. This is the week. They are begging someone to take Nick Castellanos off their hand. He has no value.
Because they're walking around the bar at the winter meetings and be like, anybody want Nick Castellanos? And everyone's like, no. And they're like, why not? Come on, please take him. Please.
Yeah, it's not happening. So as the winter meetings close, you're trying to find a way that they can improve the team. That's not going to be one of them.
No. But listen, the Phillies also, I think, realize that, they put themselves in this predicament. You mentioned, I believe it was, I don't know what day it was this week. They all blur together. But you made the comment before, Mike, about how, when the Phillies signed Castellanos, they gave him a 5-year deal. They gave Schwarber the 4-year deal. And you could say, as you said earlier this week, that the Phillies are probably saying we wish that was inverted because we would like to have Schwarber under contract for 1 more year and Castellanos be the free agent.
Yeah.
But they made that mistake. They gave the wrong guy the extra year.
Yeah, well, at the time, guess what? Oddly enough, Castellanos had the better year coming in. When he came off the year in Cincinnati, he had the better year than Schwarber did.
Correct.
Yeah.
But now, in retrospect, like you said before this week, Mike, the Phillies are like, man, we gave the wrong man the wrong contract.
Yeah, and listen, I think Castellanos, Schwarber has been a top 15 MVP guy his entire Phillies career.
Correct.
Until this year, he was second in the MVP. Castellanos has been an utter disappointment from year one. Now, that doesn't mean he's been awful. He had 2 years where he was okay, but he never came close to the guy in Cincinnati.
No, and it's the fact that when you give a guy 5 years, $100 million to come in here and be the protection for Bryce Harper, and then you never are able to fulfill that aside from a couple games here and there where you go ballistic.
No, he had a run. I mean, he had a run in the playoffs against the Braves where he was unbelievable. And the people who like Castellanos kind of point to that.
All the time.
He's the worst, analytically speaking, he's the worst outfielder in all of baseball.
Right.
So it's hard to put him out there. And now he's getting older. He's a right-handed bat that doesn't hit for power. So people are like, oh, you need right-handed bats. Yes, you do. And he's still not on anybody's radar because He doesn't hit for power anymore. His numbers are not, hey, there's a right-handed bat that will help us. No, it's, hey, this guy is a cancer. We don't want him.
If Nick Castellanos had value, he would have been traded already.
17 home runs last year. So that's a very, 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 very average guy.
He had fewer home runs than millions of dollars he made.
Yeah, he made $20 million last year. He had 250 last year, 17 homers, an OPS of 694, which is terrible. His on-base percentage, he doesn't walk at all. So his on-base percentage last year, 294. There's no value there. There's no value. So that's as the winter meetings subside, that is the last kind of like nugget on the Phillies there is if anybody had any ideas or hope that the Phillies might try to trade. Yes, they are trying to trade him, but as the reports are, they're begging teams to take him, and nobody's interested. So we were talking yesterday during the Nuggets segment. The reason I bring this up today is because he asked, what's the outfield going to look like? I can tell you who's not going to be in the outfield. We had Bob Cooney on Wednesday's show, who's down in Orlando at the winter meetings. And he also strongly said, not only does Nick Castellanos have no value, he will not be back in Philadelphia. So yesterday's Nuggets segment, when he said, what's the outfield going to look like next year, we can tell you one guy that's not going to be there listening to that report from today is that they are begging teams to try to take. Like if you were like, okay, what are they going to do in right field? Like how are they haven't made a move yet. Well, maybe they bring it. No, not happening. You know where Nick Castellanos will be playing next year? Japan.
I was going to say Colorado, but
well, one of those, like I said, the teams that I have laid out there, it's your smaller market teams, bad teams that don't really want Nick Castellanos. They're just bringing him on board to say to their fans, hey, we went out and got this guy who was a former, all-star player. And then their fans say, oh, if Nick Castellanos could just go back to like his 2019 form, we're not going to be all that bad.
To which Philly fans laugh and say, yeah, we've been saying that for about 4 years.
But that guy signs all the time where you're like, there's a veteran player who's
True.
at the end of the line, and he signs with like Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Colorado, your small market, low budget teams. And you're like, why the heck would they sign that guy? Like, what are they thinking? They're trying to trade that guy at the deadline because he's on the last year of his deal, and then they hope that they can get a prospect in return for him. And the Phillies are begging those teams to try to take him, and they just won't do it right now. It's pretty bad. It's gotten to that point.
Yeah, and the only reason why I personally go back to Colorado, because I could see a scenario where Nick Castellanos hits like 18, 20 home runs in the first half of the season because it's Colorado, right? That ballpark and that setup is perfectly set for a Nick Castellanos hot month.
Yeah, well, listen, I think at the end of the day, Phillies will probably – and listen, they could, as I've said, can they trade him? They are begging teams to take him. There are no takers. I have been told that they will release him by many people, and it's not a secret. They know it. He knows it. And by the way, Preston Mattingly came out and said it the other day.
Correct.
That they are trying to find teams. So they had all this week that they have called teams, and nobody.
They weren't calling, Mike. They were walking up to them in the hallway. They were in the elevator with them.
Nick Castellanos was like, what was the receiver? Tisdale in Jerry Maguire. Oh. They brought him to the winter meetings.
They brought him to
and we're like, hey. Anybody?
Here he is.
609-403-0973. Outside View with Q Myers is coming up in about 15 minutes from now. We're going to check in with John McMullen quickly on the Eagles. Just a couple quick injury updates. He was at practice today. Who was in, who was out, who might be in and out for the game. We'll get the latest from Johnny Mack from Birds 365 here on the Sports Bash Live. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda, where you can shop their lineup of new, pre-owned, and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. When he joins us here with a quick update on the Birds as they get ready for the Raiders. I got a couple quick numbers on this game that might come into play when we talk about the Eagles and the Raiders. One, all right, is there a path to victory for the Raiders? These would be the things. Jalen Hurts, last week, we know he had the 5 turnovers. Second most by an Eagles player since play-by-play was first tracked back in 1978. Think about that. His 57% completion percentage from weeks 10 to 14th. That is 24th among the 34. So as I said, he has not played well for about the past 5 weeks. However, he completed 70% of his passes from weeks 1 through 9, which was the 7th best in the National Football League. The Raiders allow the third highest completion percentage in football this season. So that number there, Hurts is in a streak where the last 5 weeks, has completed 57%. He had a streak in the first 9 weeks where he completed 70%. The Raiders give up 68% completion. Can Jalen Hurts get back to form against this Raiders defense? That's number one. Number two, the Saquon Barkley problem. He's averaging 1.5 yards after contact per rush this season. That is 52nd out of 54. So what is that telling you? 56 rushes this year have been either no gain or negative yardage this year. That is the most in the NFL. Now, can you get the run game going? The Raiders allow the 7th most yards after contact per rush this year. So, yes, there is a chance, as we talked to Casey Joyner yesterday, that there is a small little window here that Barkley, who had a good game, 122 yards against the Chargers. I say a good game. He had really one big run. I want to say he had 3 or 4 good runs, one big run. He had a couple 11, 12, where he ripped off a couple off the left side there. You guys remember the runs. The other one that is definitely a number to kind of keep an eye on. I like to always try to pull out 3 numbers for the game and see how those games. Last week it was 8, which was 8 turnovers the Eagles had, but 4 in the last couple of weeks. Well, that number 4 was not the anomaly. The 8 was the anomaly. We talked about the yardage, 898 last week, and they got rid of that. They fixed that. The defense had given up almost 900 yards in the 2 games. But the number I'm looking at, the third number here today, is both offensive lines in the bottom half of the league in pass block win rate. How do you protect the quarterback? The Eagles are 18th in the NFL. The Raiders are 21st. 2 of these offensive lines really struggling. The one big problem for Philadelphia right now, their offensive line is banged up. And we don't know if Lane Johnson can play. We don't know that Fred Johnson can play in place of Lane Johnson. It could be Matt Pryor playing right tackle this week. And who's playing left guard? It could be Brett Toth. Another guy Landon Dickerson, who's banged up. Another guy banged up, Landon Dickerson. Lane Johnson trying to come back from the Liz Frank injury. You got a plethora of injuries up front that could add to the offensive line problems that we're talking about here. So, who's in and who's out of the lineup? We'll get to that in just a second with John McMullen here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN as he will give us the latest quick updates on. I know he's just leaving practice now, so we're catching him in the car on the way home. These guys have been covering all week long, so let's get a couple quick updates on the Eagles with John McMullen from Birds 365 as we get ready for the Eagles and the Raiders and get the latest insight here. John, what's going on, man? Number one, I know Nick didn't give any indication on Fred Johnson, but what about Lane Johnson? Is there any hope in your mind that Lane Johnson can play in this game on Sunday?
No, Lane wasn't at practice again today, so he'll be ruled out later today when they put out the final injury report. So will Jalen Carter. Fred Johnson, however, spoke in the locker room. He said he is definitely playing. So Fred Johnson will start at right tackle as he has been for the 4th straight game. And, obviously not the same as Lane, but, you don't want to be down to your 3rd right tackle, which would be Matt Pryor, against Max Crosby, who might be the Raiders, is the Raiders' best defensive player and might be their best player overall. That probably goes to Brock Bowers, but certainly a big-time player, Max Crosby.
Yeah, and let me get you on that. Crosby, is he the kind of guy, that could wreck this game with the matchup here? I mean, is that the kind of matchup that you look at and say, the way the Eagles' offense is going and with the matchup up front that Max Crosby's going to have, could that make this game interesting?
Yeah, it could, but I think even more so is the weather. If you've seen the projected weather forecast, it's going to be very cold and, more importantly, very windy again with gusts up to 30, 35 last time I looked. And the wind chill is going to be in the teens throughout the game. So it's going to be a very cold day at Lincoln Financial Field, maybe snow in the morning, but should be gone by game time, so I don't think that'll be a factor. But the wind certainly will, and it has been. And if you looked at, they've had some bad luck this year with wind games. And if you look at the Detroit game, and again, it wasn't just the Eagles. Jared Goff had his worst throwing game of his career from a percentage standpoint, and Caleb Williams struggled with Chicago throwing the football. So we could have another grinded out game, and that makes it closer than maybe it should be on paper.
Yeah, and then obviously you take a look at this building throughout the course of this week. They played, John, one of the things I talked about yesterday was the fact that this game is Sunday at 1 o'clock. I don't know what's to be said for that. I remember talking to Colin Thompson, and he talked about don't discount the schedule and all these primetime games and getting out of your rhythm. But do you sense a little bit more normalcy even after the losing streak here that, hey, it's a Sunday 1 o'clock game? Is that something?
Well, I don't think it is because they played Monday, so it's a short week for them. It's been a difficult schedule from the standpoint of they're playing all over the place. They played on a Friday. They'll play on a Saturday. They play this game and they got another short week because they're playing Saturday the next week. But, it's funny you say that because I was just talking to one of the Eagles execs today, and they said, it's better than the alternative because that means you're relevant. And if you're not relevant, you get a bunch of Sunday one a game, Sunday to Sunday, and that's not what your goal is. And the Eagles have turned into one of the more high-profile teams in the NFL. So they got all these wonky games, and that means wonky weeks. But they've dealt with it in the past. It's not like this is the first year. And I think with all those things, as I mentioned, it's funny, you go back to last year, it didn't matter if they were in Brazil, on the road, at home. They just beat everybody because they were that good. Mm-hmm. This year, it's more of a struggle.
It sure is. How is that place right now? Feel a little bit like a season on edge or not as bad as it seems on the outside?
No, I don't get the sense. I know everybody wants to make the 23 comparison. I don't get the sense there's any panic. Kind of heard Jeffrey Lurie's comments with Mike Silver is I think the sentiment, not necessarily he was, probably way too optimistic about the offense, but I do think people look at the other parts of this team and say the defense isn't going to fall apart. And I thought he was too kind to the special teams as well, but the special teams is getting better with Britton Covey. It took them way too long to pull that lever, but they did. And then Charlie Hewlett's going to be back as the long snapper. So I don't think they're falling apart there. And as Jeffrey said on defense, and the offense will figure it out. I don't know if the offense is going to figure it out, but I do agree that the defense is pretty good.
All right, real quick on the defensive side of the ball. They seem to be virtually healthy over there. We know Jalen Carter not going to play. We would assume that they'll stay with what Epps will be out there. Everything on that defensive side of the ball, they got through pretty good, correct? So no injuries on that side of the ball?
No, nothing. Zach Bond was dealing with a bit of a hand injury, but he's been a full participant all week, so he's obviously going to play through it. And other than obviously Jalen Carter, everybody's good to go from that perspective, and they seem to find some things, the guys, how they would handle that loss. Brandon Graham playing more inside. Jalen Phillips helping out in the pass rush at times inside. So they went about it in a unique fashion, not just, letting Ty Robinson have extra snaps. So I think they handled it pretty well. You always want Jalen Carter out there, but, it's better to get a healthy Jalen Carter, hopefully, for a playoff run than for a Sunday 1:00 game against the 2-11 Las Vegas Raiders.
All right, well, we're going to check in on the Raiders coming up next on our Outside View. John McMullen with a quick little insight on the injury situation. Lane Johnson out. Fred Johnson sounds like he is in. We'll see about Landon Dickerson.
Yeah, Landon was at practice today. I think he's fine. The giveaway to that was when they added rest. Yesterday was just more of a rest day. He is dealing with that calf injury, but as you know, Landon will play through things, and you expect to see him on Sunday. All
right, John. Appreciate it as always.
All right, see you, Mike.
John McMullen, Birds 365. There's an update on the Eagles' injuries. Lane Johnson out, Fred Johnson in, and looks like Landon Dickerson is good to go as well. All right, when we come back, the Outside View, Q Myers from Raider Nation Radio. And, of course, Game Night right here on 97.3 ESPN. He pulls double duty every single day. I did his Game Night show last night. They can't believe how many problems the Eagles have. How many problems do the Raiders have? Let's find out. Coming up next. All right, 3:34, time for the Outside View. Today's Outside View brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. 609-390-3907. The Outside View today takes us to Las Vegas. It's where the Raiders play. He's the host of Raider Nation Radio. Hugh Meyer's unnecessary roughness, and, of course, game night on the national stick right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles take on the Raiders, 2-11. Is this Raiders team like horrendously bad as 2-11 sounds?
I don't think they're that bad. I really don't.
Oh, my gosh.
You are what your record is, right? I mean, that's the reality of it. But there's a little bit of it's hard to describe it. They'll play well to start the game. Let's put it like that. And then as the offense starts to, go 3 and out or struggle a little bit, then the defense starts to tail off. At the beginning of the game, and maybe this is because it's, the scripted drives or whatever, it looks like, okay, you have a pretty good, well-oiled machine, and then it just falls apart. It's not sustainable. Let's put it like that. I guess that's the best way to word it. I mean, again, when you've lost 7 in a row, there's nothing that you could say that's going to make it, hey, this is okay and acceptable. It's not. It's a terrible season. Pete Carroll didn't expect it to be this bad. I didn't expect it to be this bad, but it is what it is. But there are moments where they actually play some pretty good ball, and I think that's what makes this game on Sunday that much more intriguing.
Well, the intriguing part is about how bad Philadelphia has been over the last 3 weeks. It's the only reason why this game has a little bit of, fear in it is because the Eagles have been so bad. We talked Wednesday when you were on talking about how bad the Eagles look from afar. When you look at the Raiders here right now, they seemingly are beat up, banged up, all sorts of ups, except they can't, last week they got the whole thing with the field goal as time expired, that whole story, and Philadelphia's just looking for a way to win. So if I look at a way right now that what Philadelphia is doing offensively, you might look at what the Raiders are doing defensively and say, I don't see Philadelphia offense being that big of a problem. Do you look at it like that?
I look at it like Philadelphia's offense is on the struggle bus right now, and I think that the Raiders are going to be able to hang with them, especially early on. Now, I mean, I can't guarantee it's going to look like that in the second half, but I do think early on, especially if Philadelphia plays the way that they've been playing as of late, offensively with Jalen Hurts not running and them just not clicking on all cylinders and Saquon Barkley not rolling. And look, that's one of the strengths of the Raiders defense, or at least it has been up until late, was their rush defense. They were really good at stopping the run, and then they were hoping their game plan was to be able to pin their ears back on 3rd and long and get to the quarterback. But, Mike, a couple big problems. 3rd and long, they can't get off the field, right? There was a multiple drives against the Broncos in week 14 where it went 8 or 9 minutes, 14 or 17 plays. Those kind of drives are backbreakers. So the Raiders have had some kind of struggle when it comes to getting off the field on 3rd and long, and I'm not too sure why they can't do that. I guess it was similar to what we saw last night on Thursday Night Football, 3rd and 28, and somehow the Falcons are able to overcome 3rd and 28 and 4th and 14 and get a first down, go on to win the game. That's similar to what we've seen from the Raiders defense as of late.
Well, you look at the Raider defense. If the Eagles were to be able to have some success somewhere, what would you say? Well, if the Eagles can actually get their act together and do this, that's what they should be able to do. What is it?
I still think that the Raiders' secondary is still suspect, right? I think Eric Stokes has done a good job manning one side of the defense, but I don't know the corner across from Stokes. Now it's going to be Darian Porter, who played, I think, pretty well last week against Cortland Sutton, but he's still a rookie. And he's still new to the position, so he's still learning. So he's going to have his ups and downs. He's gaining confidence, though. And so I think that the secondary is still going to be a question. The safeties, they're making a lot of tackles, but they're not making a lot of plays, if that makes a lot of sense, right? And then, of course, the linebackers aren't great in coverage. You got a Landon Roberts who's really good at, getting downhill and getting, stopping the run. You've got a guy like Jamal Adams. You've seen him for a long time around the league. He's really good at stopping the run. Devin White, he's a guy that was in Philadelphia for a quick second, right? I mean, he's a guy that's good at getting tackles, leading the team in tackling right now, but not necessarily great in coverage. So, you could exploit the linebackers as well. And so that's why you'll see a lot of times you'll see a rotation from Patrick Graham of having the linebackers that are in on the early downs as opposed to the ones that are in on 3rd down.
Q Myers is host of Raider Nation Radios on Sportsmanlike. He's also the Locked On Raiders podcast host, and of course, you hear him on game night here on. How many jobs do you have? You got a lot of W-9s?
I got a lot of W-9s, brother.
You and me both, man. You and me both. The Raider offense is Kenny Pickett looking like he's going to be the starter.
Looks like it. Geno Smith did not practice again today, so I mean, you can look at the writing on the wall that it's going to be Kenny Pickett time. It's something that Pete Carroll alluded to even on Wednesday, basically that it was going to be Kenny Pickett. Geno Smith would be able to, if he was able to go and be healthy, then he would go. But most likely it was going to end up being Kenny Pickett. So I do believe, and I know that Pete Carroll will be speaking to the media in a little bit. I'm sure that if he doesn't just say he's out for Sunday. When we get the injury report, we'll see it. But I think Kenny Pickett time, no doubt about it, coming up in Week 15.
Does that make them, I mean, seriously, have people out there been clamoring for Pickett? Like, hey, let's give him a shot?
Hey, man, look, we've got folks that have been calling into my show and asking for Kenny Pickett. I've got guys calling into the show asking for Aiden O'Connell. I've had guys calling in the show asking for Cam Miller, who's on the practice squad. Like anybody but Geno. Like they might say, hey, can Mike Gill throw it? Can throw an out route? Can he hit Brock Bowers? Can he? You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you, man. Everyone wants anyone but Geno Smith at this stage of the game. But yeah, Kenny Pickett, because they traded for him, I think that's the reason why it's most intriguing. They gave up a 5th-round pick to Cleveland for him. So what do you have in him? And, oh, by the way, his contract is expiring at the end of the year. So I think that's why a lot of Raider fans are clamoring for him.
People here want to see Tanner McKee play over Jalen Hurts. That's where it's gotten here. So, and I'm being serious on that. People are legitimately saying that the Eagles should bench Jalen Hurts. And now he has not played well over the last couple of weeks here. That being said, they drafted Genty. What has happened with that whole situation?
A whole lot of nothing, right? I mean, it's been disappointing, and I know Genty's disappointed by his production. I mean, he's still out there trying to produce, but a number 6 overall pick and being around 600-something yards rushing on the season through 14 games or 14 weeks is not what he envisioned. That's not what Pete Carroll envisioned. Early on, they weren't using him very much, and now that's just, the offensive line is really in shambles, and so when he does get some burn, it doesn't really turn in and result into anything. I mean, I think he's had one game where he went over 100 yards, and that was aided by a 64-yard run against Chicago. Outside of that, that's really it, man. It's been really disappointing in Genty's rookie year. I don't think it's all on him, but everyone's just going to look at the stats and say, oh, he's a bust. I don't believe that. I just think the offensive line and everything around him has been basically subpar.
Well, it sounds like a team that is obviously struggling big time. They did beat the Patriots in week number 1. I mean, that is a crazy way that they started their season. Yep. I mean, was there some anticipation that this season was going to be kind of like, a fun season, a season of maybe we're not right there, but we're in the playoff mix?
Yeah, absolutely. Most people, including myself, thought this was an 8-win team, 9-win team, maybe max, right? And who knows how things, shake out after that. But, just given Pete Carroll's pedigree and his resume and just what he does consistently, I did not think we were going to be talking about heading into Week 15. The Raiders are at 2 wins. Like, are you serious? They beat the Patriots Week 1, and then they beat the Tennessee Titans, and they haven't won a game since Tennessee, right? I mean, like that's been a bad season, man. They have not played good ball. They're only averaging about 14 points a game, a little bit over 14 points a game offensively, and the defense gets gassed, man. They were on the field for 39 minutes last week against Denver. 39 minutes. You're not going to win too many games like that.
We're talking with Q Myers, of course, the host of Game Night right here on 97.3 ESPN. He's also the host of Raider Nation Radios on Sportsmanlike, and of course, not on Sportsmanlike.
Unnecessary roughness.
Unnecessary roughness. I got Sportsmanlike moment of the day coming up right after you here. It's Friday. I got too many W-9s, right?
Me too.
Oh, man. I'm looking for a path to victory for the Raiders. Like, is this a game you think that Philadelphia should be worried about the way they're playing? They're a double-digit favorite in this game. And by the way, it's the first time this year the Eagles have been a double-digit favorite. And you're saying, how the hell is this team a double-digit favorite? I'm worried that they can score double digits.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I would definitely take the Raiders and the points, right? I mean, 11.5 points, 12, wherever you're looking at. I mean, I think that's disrespectful based off what you just said. Philadelphia is struggling to score. I know the Raiders are too, but 11.5, 12 points. That's a whole lot. So I would take Raiders in the points on that. With that being said, I think the only way that the Raiders win this game is they've got to come up with a couple turnovers, but Genty's got to get going. I think the way that you beat Philadelphia is a strong dose of the run game, especially as of late. The Eagles have been getting gashed by the Bears on Black Friday. You saw them get gashed by the Chargers, the Cowboys. I mean, Justin Herbert, and I think this is where Kenny Pickett comes into being an X factor for the Raiders. He could use his legs. He has willingness. He has the ability. Geno hasn't really been very willing. And if he could get going and run away from harm, and there's going to be plenty of harm, especially with that Raiders offensive line, I think that could help try to extend a few drives. That's what the Raiders are going to need. It's going to be a tough day out for the Silver and Black. I don't think that they win this game, but if they do, it's going to be a healthy dose of the run game, and Kenny Pickett's going to contribute in that as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because this feels like, we had that 2023 you and I have talked a lot about, but when the Cardinals came here and it was like, they're the Cardinals, and they came here and scored 38. Now, I don't know that the Raiders come in here and score 38 because the Eagles have a very good defense, but do they sneak out a 13-10? It's supposed to snow here. I know the Raiders probably not all that interested in playing in the snow at 2-11, but that is just an indication of what the feel is around this game right now is, oh, my gosh, they're going to lose to the Raiders, and then they play Washington on a Saturday. One of the things with Philadelphia's schedule, they've played a Monday, a Sunday, a Friday, another Monday. They'll play Sunday at 1 finally, and then next week they play Saturday at 5. There just is no rhyme or rhythm, and the circadian clock gets out of whack, man. And the Raiders are coming in right at the right time. It feels like, but you feel like the Raiders go down.
The funny thing about this is, Mike, Raider Nation is scared about this game as well because they think they might win. And they don't want to win. They want to lose out the rest of the way and get the number 1 overall pick. So they're concerned that maybe the Eagles don't win this game, and all of a sudden the Raiders go from being in position to get number 1 to being where they were last year at number 6 or number 7.
Tyrell, there's the clip right there, the video man back behind the scenes. That's the clip. The Raiders are afraid of this game because they think they're going to win, and they don't want to win this game. That's how bad it's gotten. All right, we'll see it all unfold right here on 97.3 ESPN. He is Q Myers. Check out the Locked On Raiders pod, and, of course, listen to him on game night right here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, man.
I appreciate you, brother.
As always, Q Myers will be back on Wednesday's show as well. We'll talk more about this matchup here on the Sports Bash. When we come back, unsportsmanlike, are they worried for the Eagles? Do they think the Raiders can upset them? That's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's coming up next.
I wouldn't be surprised if we came in here Monday and the Raiders took care of business.
Oh boy.
There's a chance this thing is fractured. So how do you shut us up? How do you shut me up? Go win. They're without Lane Johnson. They're without Landon Dickerson. The city's melting right now, and they have winnable games. I've had a beaten down Commanders team twice. The Bills, of course, was a hard one. And then this Raiders team, which has shown no confidence for anybody that they can do this. And yet, house money, so much pressure on the Eagles. I don't know.
That was Peter Schrager this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by Whitehorse RV. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RV. Shop now before they're gone. Whitehorse RV, your RV adventure starts here. House money for the Raiders. You know, Schrager's not wrong here. I think he is speaking the way that people feel right now. How many people out there listening? 609-403-0973. How many people out there legitimately think the Raiders can win this game? Not that they will win it, but you know what? You have doubt that the Eagles will win this game. How many people out there right now feel you would not be surprised if the Raiders came here and won this game? He just said house money. The Eagles have all these things. But his point is, if this team is in fact broken, like 2023, where they just were broken, they lost to teams they shouldn't have lost to. Arizona, the Giants. It's not far-fetched to think if they're broken, they would lose this game. Now, you just heard Q Myers. He doesn't see it happening either. And he said they're actually, fan base out there, they don't want the Eagles to win, and they're scared they might win this game.
You mean the Raiders? They want
What
the
did I
Raiders
say?
to win. You said You said the Vegas want the Eagles to win. You inverted
The Raiders don't want the Raiders to win. The
Correct.
Raiders fans don't want the Raiders to win because they want the draft choice. They need a quarterback.
They need everything.
They need everything. Right now, they need a quarterback bad, though. They have been on the search for a quarterback for years. They are 2-11 right now, and they are in the driver's seat to try to get one. A win here would not be conducive for the Raiders.
By the way, Pete Carroll did confirm just moments ago, Kenny Pickett is your starter.
Kenny Pickett.
Sunday in Philadelphia.
Does that make you feel better or worse? Like, would you rather face Geno Smith if you're the Eagles?
Or would you rather face Kenny Pickett because you know his flaws?
I don't know. I think Pickett was a guy that people liked a little bit. I mean, he has some flaws, but he can run a little bit. He can move. He does stuff with his legs. People are texting in right now, 609-403-0973. How many people have legitimate concern that the Eagles could lose to the Raiders? I definitely want to hear what everybody thinks on that. When we come back, keys to an Eagles win over the Raiders. What does Adam Kaplan see? What does the tape say? It's next. It's Football at 4. Often imitate it, never duplicate it. Football at 4, the one and only, right here on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, the Eagles getting ready for the Raiders. Today's Football at 4, Adam Kaplan's in the house. What are the keys to an Eagles victory? We got people texting in. I asked a simple question. Are you concerned that the Eagles could actually lose to the Raiders? And the text messages are very interesting right now, Adam Kaplan. The people are not confident with the football team in Philadelphia. They're playing a bad Raiders team. Let's take a look at some of the keys to an Eagle win. They need it. They got to get it back. No matter how they get it, they got to find a way, Adam. What's going on?
We get started offense as always. So let's get the running game off to a good start. They actually, Mike, one interesting thing is, when they could not run inside earlier in the season, they still can't. By the way, they're just ironic. The Raiders and the Eagles are graded as the two worst inside running teams in the National Football League. But when they got off to a bad start running it inside, we were like, why don't you run it outside? Remember, they wouldn't run it outside. We came on Football at 4, kept telling you we don't know why. Well, they ran it very well in the first half outside after a slow start. Off tackle now, here's the problem. Fred Johnson, he was added to the injury report after Thursday's practice. Let me explain what that means is when a player is added, either he didn't feel right prior to practice or he got hurt in practice. Fred Johnson, Mike, is their backup swing tackle. Now, he could play right or left tackle. Obviously, he's filling in for Lane Johnson for 3 games here. So we got to see what happens today. We'll get the injury report probably within minutes. We'll see if we get it. Typically, Mike, you and I, we usually get it during the segment. But if not, it would be Matt Pryor. They're running out of chances. Cameron Williams, by the way, the rookie offensive tackle, I'd be stunned if he plays this season. They designate him for return. They just want to see him practice for the end of the season. It would have to take something extraordinary for him to be activated within the 21 days. He's a raw, talented, but needs a full off season of work. So they're running out of linemen here, Mike. They have Brett Toth could always play right tackle. Landon Dickerson was trending better. I know he didn't practice yesterday, but that was on purpose, as I'm told, because of the short week. But if he's not practicing today, that would be a different story. That would be a problem. Again, Mike, what they've not done yet in the last couple of years is develop these young linemen. Kendall's has not been ready yet. I mean, you never know. They're running out of linemen, so he may have to be forced into action. But the miss on Trevor Keegan, Mike, had hurt this football team. They thought he'd be that developmental guard. He could be here for 3 or 4 years, but they cut him. He's elsewhere now.
Yeah, and we did check in on practice a little earlier. Dickerson was out there, so it looks like he will play. Yeah. Lane Johnson not going to play. Fred Johnson did say at his locker that he will play, so it looks like that is good stuff there. They got to get this running game going. You said there's some signs last week. It was really just, they had that 52-yard run, a couple of other good ones, but, is there a way that they can really build off of what we saw on, Monday night? Yeah.
So, in addition to what I said a couple minutes ago about getting off the running game to a good start, as I told you, I'd like to see Tank Bigsby. We say this every week. You get 22 touches, and that's it. A changeup means a changeup is someone who's a running back in this case who's different than the starter, stylistically. Bigsby tries to break everything outside, Mike. He's not an inside runner. He sees it outside and he breaks it. He usually is right about breaking outside. They need to do that. Other things before we moved on to defense. Be smart about the passing game. I'm not worried about the conditions in terms of snow or rain, whatever. It's going to happen before the game. It's never about what happens before the game with rain or snow. It's what happens in the game. I've talked to teams forever. They don't care about what happens before the game. What happens during the game, though, Mike, is concerning. Here we go again. Winds. The gusts are 28 to 30 miles an hour. You've seen against the Bears, against the Lions, it was really difficult to throw the football. You might try to work the screen game. We've talked about that. Also, before this is the last point here on offense, execute the plan against Max Crosby. If they have to go with more 12 personnel, chip him. Sirianni talked about today, like you have an awareness of him, and you've got to make him be irrelevant. I know it's going to be hard. Crosby is super explosive. They'll move him around a little bit. And look, if Fred Johnson's ready to go here, and he's gimpy a little bit, you're going to know about that pretty early in the game. That's something to watch in this game.
All right, the Eagle defense this week, they played very well last week. They had 2 straight weeks. We did get confirmation. Q Myers from Vegas was on in the last segment. He did say, and they did announce it, that Kenny Pickett will start the game, and that the Raider fans have been clamoring for this. They have seen enough of Geno Smith out there. But, we know Kenny Pickett. He's a guy who can do some things with his legs here.
He's a timing passer. He will run, but he is a below-average arm, and this is not good. Now, we know he knows the link because he's played there. So it's not good for him, these conditions. And here's the thing is that Genti is a very odd running back, their first-round pick. I know our friend Greg Cosell liked Hampton way better than Genti, and Greg took a lot of heat for it on social media. He was right so far. Hampton's way more explosive. Genti is one of the only runners I've ever seen that runs toward contact, not after contact. He tries to execute after running into the defender. It's a very odd deal that he had at Boise State. It's not working out for him. He's been awful so far. I'm not worried about him. The Eagles shouldn't be, even without Jalen Carter. You want to make Kenny Pickett a passer. If you could do that, you're probably going to win the game. And then one more note before we get out of here, Mike, actually 2. Defensively, play more man coverage than usual. You don't have to blitz. Now, Colton Miller, the left tackle, has been out since week 5 with a severe high ankle sprain. He may play in this game. He started working, though he's not taking all the ones as I understand it. But they've got an advantage here with their defensive front, and they brought when you look at next gen stats, pressure rate, one of the highest pressure rates of this season for getting after Justin Herbert last week. So they don't have to blitz. They shouldn't really much. I'd be surprised if they did, only because I think they could win up front. Now, if they can't win up front, you got to bring more heat. That's it, Mike. It's not hard. Watch the conditions. If you're going to the link on 1 o'clock, say 1 o'clock, and the Raiders have to travel 3 time zones. It will not be easy for them.
Yeah, it's supposed to snow possibly earlier in the day.
Way earlier.
Yeah.
It won't be close to the game based on what the last.
Yeah, but I mean, it means it's going to be pretty cold if it's not snowing. Right.
Yeah, it'll be low 30s, high 20s. Again, unless it changes, but it's the gusts, man. Gusts matter, man. Bring your gloves, be warm. I've been to plenty of link games when it's been cold and windy, man. It's awful in December, and this is one of those games, man. And it's funny because the Raiders in the summer do not practice outdoors in Henderson, Nevada, because it's in the 100 degrees. They practice inside. I've been wrong before, though. The last 2 weeks I picked I picked against the Eagles the last 2 weeks, and I've been right. I got kind of lucky in the Charger game. But if this game is tight, and I know the Raiders, as bad as they are, they've played some tight games, I just can't see it, Mike. I feel the Eagles bounce back. Now, this game was 2 years ago. People bring up the Cardinal game. Cardinals had way more talent than the Eagles do the Raiders do this year. The Raiders, one of the least talented teams in the National Football League. And again, with Kenny Pickett, small hands, by the way, he'll be wearing those gloves.
Yes, indeed. And the one thing is, you mentioned, bring the heat if you have to. They should be able to get pressure. This is one of the worst offensive lines in football, too. So they should be able to get the 4-man pressure, right?
Yeah, I just don't see why they would blitz. But look, Vic knows more than Fangio knows more than we do. I think now. If Colton Miller plays your left tackle, he's a big dude, 6'7", 6'8". I mean, he's a good player. He's a good player, but Stone Forsythe has been filling in for him as a young backup who's been pressed into service. So the Eagles have a lot of advantages here. I would just watch for Fred Johnson early in the game and see how well he moves that ankle. And Landon Dickerson with a calf, Mike, he couldn't. Once again, he couldn't finish a game. Well, I'm sorry, he came out and did finish, but he did leave the game.
Right, and he had to come
That's
back.
Something to watch. Yeah, with a calf injury.
Yeah, and we talk about the offensive line, Adam, and the one thing that the Raiders have, Max Crosby, that could be an area where he wrecks the game all by himself.
He does. You have to watch out for that. By the way, Charlie Hewlett was activated earlier today, their long snapper, and that's why Cal Adamitis was cut. So we'll see what happens, Mike. And Jake Elliott is a good kicker, Mike, but last 3 games it's been a little bit off. So that's another thing he's got to do. We haven't really talked much about him because Braden Mann has been unbelievable as their punter, who should be a Pro Bowler this season, but Jake Elliott's got to get himself together here as their kicker.
Yeah, and he did say it had nothing to do with the snapper, although the stats suggest that the numbers were significantly different. with the two different snappers. So we'll see if that comes into play here. One thing before you get out of here, too, is obviously we had Q Myers on earlier. He talked about their secondary being a problem for them. This isn't a game, though, where you want to throw the ball, as you talk about the wind gusts here. But this is the kind of week where they should be able to have success in the pass game, but the weather doesn't really set up for it. So they're going to have to try to run the ball, it sounds like.
They have to, absolutely have to. But now what coaches have told me over the years, it's just kind of funny. So what they do is they already know what the wind's going to be, but the gusts are impossible to predict. You don't know when they're going to come. So sometimes when it's a little bit calmer, you may be throwing the football. Now, when you talk about the corners, Darian Porter's a rookie, tall corner of Iowa State. Eric Stokes was a disappointment, a former first-round pick for the Packers. It just never worked out. He had an ACL injury early in his career. And by the way, just so folks know, tackles are a terrible way to evaluate a linebacker. Devin White is top 3 in solo tackles in the National Football League. He's not a very good football player. It's an official stat, but I ignore tackles. It just mean nothing to me because you have to know about how the defense is funneled and how the guy was tackling. I just don't buy into tackles because people are going out of their minds. But the Eagles made a mistake. No, they didn't. He was awful here. So one doesn't have to do with the other. People love to conflate stuff with Devin White, who's just he was a very undisciplined player here. That's why the Bucs wanted to get rid of him. The Eagles couldn't. Look, they benched him, paying him a lot of money. Good for him that he's reviving his career, but they're an awful football team.
Yeah, well, they're here on Sunday, and the Eagles need to get back on track. The Raiders, are they just what the doctor ordered? Find out. It's a old-school Sunday 1 o'clock game, Adam Kaplan. It's nice to have one of those back here in our lives.
Yep.
And you can check out more on this game on the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Adam, thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Kaplan with his keys to an Eagle victory this weekend. And the one thing that I like is, now he mentioned get the running game off to a good start. Get Bigsby some work if possible. I said before, I'm okay with Bigsby getting some work. I don't care if it's Bigsby. I don't care if it's Shipley. Just get a little different look in the run game. Give me a little different, this guy runs with this type of speed, and he runs with a little extra this, and he offers a little bit of that. I think you just got to change it up a little bit there. Be smart about the passing game with the wind conditions and all that stuff, as he mentioned. Get the ball short into the hands of your Brown, your Goddard, your Smith, and let them do the work. If Jalen is struggling, put the ball in the playmaker's hands and let those guys do some stuff. All right. It is the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. I am looking forward to this week because, Josh, as I said over the last couple of weeks, my Friday Five, the way we did the Friday Five this year, we always love doing the Friday Five. It gives you a look at the games around the league and what kind of games we're looking at around the NFL outside the Eagles games. So when the Eagles aren't playing, these are the 5 games I have the most interest in. So in the summertime, I picked the Friday Five for each week leading into this season. So for week 15, we had a little gap. I must have been off for week 12, 13, and 14 because I couldn't find the Friday Fives for those weeks. But the Friday Five summer picks are back. You ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right, these were the games I picked in the summer. Lions-Rams.
Makes sense.
It's a banger.
Well, I'm judging it. You said these are the ones you picked during the summer, so I'm judging it based on the previous perspective.
That's one in the summer that I thought would be a big game. It's a big game. Baltimore-Cincy. Man. It's big for Baltimore.
Yeah, the collapse of Baltimore was not foreseen.
But the Cincy part, too. Like, they didn't hold up their end of the bargain either.
That's true.
Chargers, Kansas City.
I mean, if Kansas City wasn't slumping so much, we would still have the same vibe.
It's not as big as it was then, but
Right.
it still means something.
Correct.
Minnesota, Dallas.
I mean, that's still important for us here because what's going on with the Eagles.
Well, the fact that made it, was I like searching for a game? Like Minnesota, I didn't have a lot of hopes for. Dallas, I certainly didn't have a lot of hopes for.
Yeah, I don't know what you're thinking was
And
there.
number 5 was Green Bay, Denver. That's a banger.
That's a huge game now. Probably bigger now than it was back then.
Definitely. All right, so that's then. Let's go to now.
This is now.
This is the Week 15. Friday 5. It's brought to you by Jersey Cal. It's a year-long thing in Northfield. Absecon and Brigantine. The best ice cream is at Jersey Cal. I saw Jersey Cal's going to be serving ice cream at Manco and Menco's.
Yes, that's what I see as well.
Starting
This weekend.
today. Go over there and get a slice and a scoop. I saw Jersey Cow's got eggnog ice cream.
You an eggnog guy?
I am. My girlfriend, really big eggnog.
Oh.
Yeah. I
it
told
sounds
her,
like
she
you
was
need
like,
to-
I am in.
Sounds like you need
They
to
got
make
all
a-
sorts of winter flavors like peppermint bark and winter barn and stuff like that.
Sounds like you need to make a stop at Jersey Cow on your way home.
I was thinking about it, actually. You know why? I want that mango sticky rice.
Oh. You do like that.
That was very good. All right, let's get into this week's Friday Five. Ready?
Sure.
All right. On the list, Buffalo, New England. Now, that was not on the summertime Friday Five. We didn't think New England would be any good. Thought Buffalo would be running away.
And now you make the argument the Patriots might be the best team in the AFC.
Yep. How about Green Bay, Denver stays on the list. Detroit, Rams stays on the list. Indy, Seattle lost a little luster, although it's intriguing because of Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, now that Phillip Rivers is going to play, now you're kind of like, well, what happens if Phillip Rivers goes to Seattle and wins this game?
Does Miami-Pittsburgh do anything? I mean, Pittsburgh's playing for first place. Miami wins. They stay in the wild card race.
I think it's got to be under consideration.
So I'm going Green Bay, Denver, Detroit, Rams, Buffalo, New England. Got to go Chargers, Kansas City. I mean, this is like the last
Hurrah.
gasp effort for the Chiefs here.
Yeah. If they
That's
don't
on
win
the
this
list.
game, they are donezo.
I mean, a lot of these games matter for like the one team, obviously not the other. There's not a lot of games where both teams have nothing. Like Cleveland plays Chicago. Chicago needs the game. Baltimore plays Cincy. Baltimore needs the game. Chargers and Chiefs, both teams need the game. Buffalo, New England, both teams need the game. The one game that has no meaning, Washington plays the Giants. Vegas plays Philly. Philly needs the game. Jets play Jacksonville. Jacksonville needs the game. Who's the starting quarterback for the Jets?
It's going to be Brady Cook.
Brady Cook.
He's now going to become the 16th undrafted quarterback to start as a rookie in the NFL since 1990.
Yeah, that's not a good idea if you're the Jets, if you want to try to win, which they don't. Arizona versus Houston. Houston needs the game. Green Bay, Denver, they both need the game. Detroit, Rams, they both need the game. Carolina, New Orleans. Carolina needs this game. I picked Carolina yesterday in who's in, who's out, and Buccaneers opened the door for me.
They did. The Buccaneers choked down the stretch so bad their head coach was dropping F-bombs during the
Oh,
postgame
that was pretty
presser.
unbelievable last night. It was like, I let one go. I might as well just keep on going.
It's almost like when nobody like negatively reacted to the one drop.
Yeah.
He was just like, you know what? Here we go.
Absolutely. It was like I threw
It
out
was
an
Sirius
F-bomb.
XM radio.
Nobody cared. I'm just going to keep going.
Right.
How many F-bombs did he have there? If you had a beep, you were doing the editing and the beeps. How many beeps were we getting?
I mean, I thought I
Beep.
heard 4.
Beep. 4?
I thought there was 4.
I don't know about that.
There might be more.
He threw an F-bomb, an S-bomb. He had a couple bombs in there.
Oh, I just meant F-bombs. No, if I'm doing beeps, that was probably like 8.
Epic rant. Is that going to go up there with the Dennis Green,
It's got to.
Jim Mora Jr.,
Yeah.
Hal McRae, Royals?
Ooh, that's a good one. It's a good pull by you.
Yeah, thanks.
You went baseball on us there. Are we still looking for our 5th Friday?
I'm going through real quick. Tennessee, Niners need the game. Indy, Seattle, both teams need the game. Minnesota, Dallas needs the game. Monday night, both teams. There's only one game this week with no impact.
Washington, New York.
That's it. They're the only game being played where both teams have no impact. Now, I would say the 5 then are this. Buffalo, New England, Chargers, Chiefs, Green Bay, Denver, Detroit, L.A., and I got to go Minnesota, Dallas, because if Dallas wins that game, that NFC East stays a little tight. Little Todd Bowlesy there.
It does.
Little F-bomby.
A couple interesting games I am watching that you left out. Baltimore, Cincinnati, not just because Baltimore's collapsed, but you see Joe Burrow's comments this week about how he's not sure if he play football, but he's not having fun.
Yeah.
Oof.
See, like Andrew Luck 2.0.
I don't know about. Man, it's a weird thing for a guy because Luck at least had like other like world interests. You know what I mean? Like he was an engineering major. He was always like a bit of like a nerdy kind of guy. Andrew Luck, like Joe Burrow is just like, what would he do if he's not playing football?
He has a lot of money. He could probably party on a boat. I'm on a boat. I mean, if Joe Burrow wanted to retire right now, what would he do? He could be like Jay Cutler and get a reality television, find like a reality TV wife.
Well, remember,
Is he married, Joe Burrow?
No, he's not. That's what I was going to get to. So I guess you didn't see the Quarterbacks Netflix show.
No.
So in the show, a big part of the storyline was that he was like the only one of the guys who like does not have a wife, does not have a significant other, and like they would show him like in the house by himself. It was during the Netflix show that his house member got robbed on Monday Night Football.
I remember hearing that.
And part of the speculation on the show was that the person who stole his address might have gotten through a leak from the Netflix crew.
Jeez.
And
Can you imagine?
So he went through this whole thing on the show where he's like, I don't feel safe in my house anymore.
Oh, man.
I actually feel safer that you guys are here filming me than if you're not here filming me. And like he actually moved out of that apartment at the very end of the season.
By the way, Tyrell is producing the YouTube show today. Bowles dropped 7 F-bombs.
7.
Yeah, I thought it was more than 4. I thought 4 was low.
Wow.
7 F-bombs. And they weren't like yelling, screaming.
They were
He
just
was
casually
very calm.
rolled in.
He was very calm in the F-bomb.
He worked him in.
It wasn't 6 F-bombs. It was 7. Not 6, 7. Get it? Got it? Good.
I get it. I get it.
That was a little too hip for Josh. I'm sorry, everybody. 7 F-bombs by Todd Bowles last night, and it wasn't like pounding the fist. He just like said it. It got through, and then he just like said, "You know what? It's a vibe right now.
Yeah.
That's a vibe. I'm just going to keep going."
He just said, you know what? We're rolling with this.
It was hysterical, but kind of unprofessional.
Professionally, yes.
Just
Funny.
saying. Just saying.
But
Although,
great entertainment value.
yeah. All right, that is our Friday 5. They are the 5 games we have the most interest in outside the Eagles. Minnesota, Dallas. I mean, this is a good schedule. A lot of weeks I'm like, bad schedule. Every game has some sort of meaning. What are we getting? This is one of those double 425 weeks.
Yeah.
So usually get the 425, you get like the national game of the week, and it's in the national window. This week, CBS and Fox both are going to be playing a 425 game.
By the way, Green Bay Denver is the CBS game for those who are wondering.
Yeah, and the Fox game should be Rams-Lions.
Detroit, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. And then you'll get the Eagles at 1 o'clock against the Raiders. Buffalo, New England, can I get that one too? Can I get L.A., Kansas City?
Can we roll it all together?
Going to have to go to my favorite channel, NFL Game Day.
Because you don't watch Red Zone.
All right, what else we got today? By the way, Friday 5 brought to you by Jersey Cal. It's a year-long thing. Northfield, Upsika, Brigantine. Best ice cream, Jersey Cal. All right, coming up, Nuggets is on the way. Bowles dropped 7 F-bombs. That's great.
I love it.
That is a great influence on the children of America.
Listen, I'm less worried about Bowles' influence than I am some other people, okay? Let's be realistic. By the way, the Eagles have ruled out Jalen Carter and Lane Johnson.
Yes, the injury report is just in my inbox right here. It is
Landon Dickerson, no injury designation.
Yeah, Carter out, Johnson out. Cameron Williams is questionable. They just opened his 21-day practice window. So there you go. All right.
Fred Johnson, let's go.
Fred Johnson said he would play. Landon Dickerson is going to play. All right, when we come back, it's the Nuggets, Knicks Nuggets next here on the Sports Bash. 4:31, getting into the holiday season here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. It's time for Nick's Nuggets, and the Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN are brought to you by our friends over at Nizam's. Don't forget, my friends at the Nizam's, if the Eagles win, you win. You get a free order of spicy tandoori chicken wings, only drums. That's it. For dine-in customers only, Nizam's has a great lunch buffet Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's a great banquet space that can seat up to 100 people for private events and celebrations. Time for the Nuggets. It's Bring in Earnshaw now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Nuggets going on there, Nick.
What's going on, Mike? I love how you slipped it in there. I loved how you just put the drums line in there. You snuck it in there. When we all know flats are superior to drums. I don't know how many times I got to say. We all know it. And this was voted on. Didn't I win? Didn't I win when we did the poll? We did a whole poll question about it. Tech sport. I thought I won that. This is settled. This is settled debate here, Mike Gill.
If you saw some of the texts I got on my text board, you would say if they sided with you, you would think you're an insane person.
It's flats. I mean, we all know. Flats are just so much better. They're so much more enjoyable. They're easier to eat. We all know this. It's all very well known. And you know what also is well known? Is that the Eagles have a lot of problems on offense, okay? And that's where I want to start with today's Nuggets. And I was pondering this last night in my bed, in my dwelling, sitting there staring at the wall, at the ceiling, in silence, okay? This is what I ponder, what I do, because I have no life. A.J. Brown. All right, he has had a great last 3 games. The Eagles overall as a team have not. You look at some of his numbers. 8 receptions, 110 yards against Dallas, 10 receptions, 132 yards, 2 touchdowns against Chicago. Had a touchdown that Dallas game as well. Last week, 6 receptions, 100 yards. He's had a good couple of weeks. The Eagles have not. And I think there's been a lot of praise for AJ, right? Essentially saying, yes, like he called this out early. He should, he should get all the credit in the world for calling out what the problems have been with the Eagles offense. And there is truth to that. Absolutely. But ever since that happened, they have force-fed him the ball. And, he made a couple of mistakes last week, right? Pretty much dropped that entire touchdown. I know I got you guys earlier. We're talking about AJ a little bit. But when we talk about the pie chart of problems this year with the offense, when AJ called everything out and started his whole thing this year, it started with the Twitter post. It started with going on Twitch and making the comments. They have tried to get him the ball and force it to him a lot. And how much, and I feel like the tide had turned for a little while where he wasn't getting as much blame because he was calling everything out. I feel like ever since then, he was part of the issue. You should have more to blame here because he was the guy who kind of was calling and saying he didn't want the ball. And we know, he tries to deflect in the press conferences and all that. But AJ's had a great last couple games, and they're not winning ball games. What does that factor in? Where does the AJ Brown stuff factor into this whole thing right now, Mike? Should he be more to blame? Because we're also focused on Jalen. We're also focused on Kevin Patullo. But AJ, I feel like, is getting a little bit of a free pass a little bit for the most part up until this past week where he dropped a couple balls.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the quarterback always gets the most, and Patullo, for whatever reason in this town, people love to hate the coach. They blame the coach. They always will blame the coach. And it is perplexing to me how the coach always gets more blame than the guy who dropped the pass. I think it's funny because people are calling for Tanner McKee, and I said, that's
asinine,
akin, by
the way.
That is akin, like, Hurts had 4 interceptions. 2 of them weren't even really his fault. That would be like, hey, A.J. Brown had 3 drops. Should we play Darius Cooper?
Right.
Like, so there is this. I think one of the reason is that people don't think that A.J. is part of the problem. They think he's part of the solution and that they're not doing a good enough job of. But like your point is, hey, he's getting catches. He's getting yards. He had an opportunity to win them the game the other night, and he dropped a pass. He had an opportunity to make a big catch, and it slipped through his fingers and turned into an interception. So the fact that AJ is not a part of the conversation when we talk about what's wrong with this offense, he's not wrong with this offense, but he's not helping to fix it right now either.
No, and he's not a part of the hoopla of the coaches and stuff. And listen, we know I've made my thoughts clear on Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni and how they have struggled this year in putting together an offense, right? I mean, they deserve a ton of it, and Jalen has not played well either. But ever since AJ started this whole thing, they have tried to get him the ball, and it's kind of thrown a lot of the stuff off. So, like, he's a main culprit of this whole entire situation. He's finally gotten his, right? And some of it's been garbage time. Fine. He's gotten his points. If you didn't drop him in fantasy, it's been good for you. You lucked out heading into the fantasy postseason. It's been good. When he told you to drop him, he actually started doing better. So, I mean, you look at the last 3 weeks, 110 yards, 132 yards, 100 yards, 3 total touchdowns. And you don't hear a peep from him anymore. You don't hear a peep.
Listen, I think AJ, after the meeting with the owner, he said he wouldn't do this or whatever, reportedly anyway. I think he's trying to not be a distraction. And they don't need him to be a distraction, but they also need him to be part of the solution here. And they had opportunities to be a part of the solution the other night. For the people clamoring for Tanner McKee, yes, we all know Jalen Hurts did not play well, but when the big moment was there, he made the big throw. He makes the big throw to Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
He makes a big throw to A.J. Brown. Smith made the catch. Brown did not. Now, he threw an interception. Yeah, he made a bad decision on that particular play. But again, that was a good play that was executed poorly by Hurts. So again, we try to blame Patullo. That was a good play call. They had 4 options on that play, and he picked the wrong one of the 4.
Yeah.
So everybody who's had a hand in their problems, it was all a microcosm of that game on Monday night.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And AJ should be part of the solution. He's that talented where he can take over a game. And right now, I mean, he did not play well against the Chargers. I don't care what his stats say. I don't care what the box score says. But, ever since the meeting with the owner and Jeffrey Lurie, it's been quiet. He's gotten his. He's been fine. They're losing games, though. This is where it's like, okay, AJ, we love you. You're a great player. But, man, did you kind of start something here with this whole entire offense? He was the culprit of the beginning of this entire situation and really getting it to blow out of proportion. I mean, he was. I mean, going to social media, the comments in the media, the comments on Twitch, this is when it really started to explode into this bigger thing that's become a national story at this point. The Eagles are a national story with their offense and the conversation surrounding everything wrong with them at the moment. And he kind of started the whole thing there, Mike. I mean, that deserves a lot of blame.
Well, and listen, I don't really have a problem with when he started it, trying to get out in front of it. This is something that's like, hey, guys, I'm noticing it. I don't want it to get out of hand. I don't want it to get out of control. The way that he did it, I'm not a big fan of how he did it. But point. I don't have a problem with him trying to say, hey, look, we won the Super Bowl last year. I want to win the Super Bowl again. And the way we're playing right now is not going to get it done. So we got to get something together or we're going to, this isn't sustainable. There's a way to say it to kind of put everybody on alert. The way that he said it and the way that he did it, probably not the best way on a Twitch stream.
Yeah, did not go about it the right way. And because of that, it's turned into this massive, massive problem. All right, let's move along to nugget number 2. And Mike, I could not wait to talk about this nugget today. Could not wait to. Nick Castellanos and the reports out there regarding Casty. It is a Castellanos catastrophe at this point. Jim Bowden, multiple reports coming out saying that the Phillies are essentially begging someone to take Nick Castellanos off their hands. And we kind of knew this already, but to see it in writing and see it reported out there, Mike.
Well, for it to be the wording that it was, is that the Phillies are begging teams to take Castellanos and there's no takers. Listen, Castellanos has no value at all.
0.
They have asked everybody around the league, hey, please take him. We will pay you to take him. And as I said all along, the Phillies do not want to attach a prospect with him. In other words, they could trade Castellanos. But the team is saying, we don't want Castellanos. We'll take him if you throw in this 18-year-old pitcher. And then the Phillies are like, we don't want to do that. Just please take him from us. So the other team is saying, fine. we know you're going to release him, so we'll just take we don't really want Castellanos. We're willing to take him if you give us something. So those type of trades seemingly are out now. You've begged everybody, and everybody said no. So now what's the next way to get rid of him? Can you do the old bad contract for bad contract thing? The problem with that is Castellanos now has a reputation that nobody wants the guy. So I have a bad contract. You're giving me a bad contract, but you're also giving me a bad dude, and I don't want the bad dude. I'll keep my bad contract. You keep the bad dude, and there's your problem.
Yeah, I mean, remember the report when he got benched by Rob Thompson, right? Like the reports were that teammates and coaches were, quote, disgusted with what happened. I mean, like the guy's not the best teammate. It seems like, right? Not the best teammate. Like, if that's being reported that he did something so egregious, the other guys in the clubhouse were just like, I can't get on board with that. It was so bad that he got benched that we may never know. That's part of this.
I think right now that is one of the major problems that the Phillies are having.
Yeah.
Is that the people around the league know what he did was so egregious that they don't want him in their clubhouse either. And it's like, listen, I'm not doing you a solid by just taking this guy. If we're going to take him, you got to attach a prospect. And the Phillies are saying, listen, I don't want to have to do that. So in the end, the Phillies will end up releasing Nick Castellanos, and either someone will sign him. I've given you the teams that I think could sign him, low-budget teams that just want to say, hey, maybe this guy can play well for us for half a season, and then we can try to trade him. But the whole, hey, call up a team that's got a bad contract. They don't want the guy in their clubhouse.
No, it's not just the factor of he hasn't played well and that he's not very good and hasn't been very good for the Philadelphia Phillies, and his on-base percentage is below 300. And it's not that. It's also the fact that happened. He got benched because he did something so poor and so distasteful that no team wants to even deal with that in their own clubhouse. So it's a culmination of everything. It's not just the poor play and that they can't get rid of him because he didn't play well and teams don't think he's going to play well. It's everything. It's the guy himself too. And it's so sad to see because, he was so good coming into here. It was very exciting. I remember you told the story multiple times, right? That you were in the car, you were down in Florida, and you saw that they got Schwarber and they got Castellanos. You were so excited, and he's been a major, major, major disappointment. And nobody now wants him. They're going to have to eat so much money, around $20 million, just to get rid of the guy.
Well, and that's the thing. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. It's a $20 million, basically, they've got to eat. So if you're trying to trade him for a bad contract, that bad contract can't have more years left on it. In other words, like if you want to say, hey, we'll give you our bad contract, but that bad contract's for 3 years, the Phillies are saying, look, we'll eat it for 1 year and we can move on. We don't want your bad contract that's 3, 4. That's the Phillies are out of the business of having these bad contracts saddling them. They already have Harper, Trey Turner. Now they got Schwarber, Nola. They are done with these long-term big deals where it's like, oh, my gosh, I'm going to get stuck with this guy when he's old and I'm still paying him. They have their core group of those guys. They don't want any more of them.
Yeah, and listen, they could all work out and have those long contracts if they want a World Series. Then it's fine. It's like, all right, this is what we wanted to do. We wanted to go win a World Series. We signed all these guys to long-term deals and have to have them until they're 45 years of age and in their 50s and all at this point. Need a walker to get down to first base. That's all fine. We could do that. We're willing to bite the bullet on that unless we win a World Series. And they haven't won a World Series. So it makes it feel even worse when they start to get older and start to exit their prime and like, oh, the window, it's closing. It's like, it's barely open. It's cracked, Mike. It's just cracked right now. The window to win, it's cracked open just a little bit. It's when you get a little warm in your house and you got to open the window just a crack to get some fresh air in the winter. That's what it is. It's barely open right now. Barely open to win a World Series.
Yeah, and the big thing is, one of the problems is they got to change something up here, and they got to get creative to do it, and I don't know how that's happening. Now, That doesn't mean it can't. It doesn't mean I'm not intrigued by how. You asked yesterday, who's going to play the outfield? There's no answer to that question. They got to figure it out, though. And I'm very intrigued on how creative they can get. And I think Bohm is at the top of that list. I think Stott is at the top of that list. And I'm not really sure how else they can get creative to try to make a trade, because you're not trading Harper, you're not trading Turner, you're not trading Schwarber, you're not trading maybe Marsh, but Marsh isn't bringing you back anything of substance.
Luzardo?
Luzardo, you could, but I think the Phillies would rather retain him. The one problem the Phillies have, I got a guy who always sends me 900 trades, and every one of these trades involves like Castellanos, Walker, Painter. They're not trading Painter, okay? And there's multiple reasons why. One, they think he is a top-of-the-rotation number one. You don't trade those guys. Two, they lack pitching depth in the organization. After Painter, who's a young pitcher that you can name that's ready to step up and help the big league? They better hope Painter can help them out. They don't have anybody else. So they have good pitching, but they don't have a lot of depth. They've got Wheeler. When is he coming back? I don't know. You got Nola. Can you count on Nola?
No, not right now.
You got Luzardo. You've got Walker for one more year. You almost can't even afford to trade Taijuan Walker at this point because you're going to lose Ranger Suarez. Where else do you have any pitching? You can't even afford to trade Painter if you wanted to, and they don't want to. I'm just saying. No. But there's multiple reasons why they value him as a number one top-of-the-rotation pitcher. You don't trade those guys.
Well, there was a reason they hung on to him, Crawford, Miller. They got to have an inflection of youth into this team. That's what needs to happen. You're going to start with Crawford, and then Miller, I don't think he's far behind. Painter, they're going to give him a shot to get to the big leagues this year. He struggled mightily in the minors last year, coming off of Tommy John. You need some youth on this team.
Yeah, well, you could definitely make an argument that Painter was disappointing, and that's why he wasn't here, and then that you've now lost some anticipation for him to help this team. But guess what? You don't have a choice. You've gone past the point of no return with him where he needs to help this team now. You have to have him help this team.
Yeah, you need it at this point. Well, that's that. All right, this was the nugget I wanted to get to yesterday, and I didn't have time to.
Wow, you saved it for number 3. You were taking a chance that we would get to it.
And I knew I was going to get to it today. I was going to take that chance, and I felt good about today. About today's nuggets, I was like, I think we can get through them. There's nothing going to get us too excitable, I feel like, that we were going to go long on one nugget. I felt like we could get through the nuggets today in a relatively quick manner. So I have a couple minutes here.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if you know this, Mike. I don't know if you've seen the kind of the buzz around the winter meetings. There is an infectious trend going on at the winter meetings. I have seen Baseball Reference people say it. I have seen writers say it. I've seen tweets all over the place. There are so many quarter zips walking around the winter meetings right now. It is taking over the entirety of the winter meetings. It's taking over the world right now. My quarter zips are a big, big deal. And I got to say, I think we were on top of this for a while. I mean, before they were trendy, but now it's like a trend. That's the whole thing here. They're saying, and they're being reporting, there's reporting out there, I should say, that the quarter zip trend is alive and well at the winter meetings.
Well, I have been rocking the quarter zip probably for about the last 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah.
It's ironic on a day when I'm wearing a hoodie.
I know. The one day I'm wearing a hoodie today, too. The one day I'm not wearing a
Friday.
Zip.
It's Friday. I'm a little, I'm at the end of the week here. So, I was laid back a little bit. But, the quarter zip is a very durable. It is a very easy. You can go upscale. Like when I call the Blue Coat games.
Yes.
I don't go suit. I go quarter zip. I go suit pant with the quarter zip and the tie. The tie quarter zip look strong.
Yes. I went
suit
that.
Look dated. Quarter zip with the tie very strong.
All right. I like the suit. All right. The suits are not a dated thing. All right. But the quarter zip, I did go that on the Atlantic City game when we did it on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I went quarter zip and tie. It was freezing my butt off, but it looked good. It looked good. The pictures, the television, it looked really good.
It's a versatile look. You can go with the tie and look solid. You can dress down. It's always it's an either or. You can do coaching. You can do night out. You can do
Broadcast.
sidelines.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
Anything.
versatile.
It is a versatile thing. And I am so here that it has become a TikTok trend to wear the quarter zip. This is the best trend, I think, in years. Best trend that the quarter
Well,
zip.
I'm glad I started it. I'm glad I started it.
I've been on the wave with you. I've been on the wave. Since college, I've been on the wave. All right. They're the Nuggets.
All right. Tomorrow I will wear my quarter zip.
Fantastic. I love it. I might wear one tomorrow, too.
All right, there's the Nuggets today. Thanks, man.
See ya.
Earnshaw's back on Monday with more Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live. Don't forget, Nizam's free order of spicy tandoori chicken wings for dine-in customers when the Eagles win. If the Eagles win on this Sunday, stop on in. The Nizam's right outside Boscov's in Egg Harbor Township. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City will hit on all the top stories heading into, by the way, Sixers-Pacers tonight at 7 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN. Army-Navy tomorrow at 3 o'clock right after Hanging with Henning. And then bowl season starts tomorrow night. Can't wait. All right, 5 o'clock hour, getting ready to drive you home on a Friday night. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. What are you having this weekend? I got some picks for you for the show later on in the hour. Also, give you my Eagles picks, game balls, and more. Sixers, Pacers tonight, 7 o'clock, 97.3 ESPN. Army, Navy tomorrow. Right now, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. A little drive time edition of Mike McGarry. We're going to spin around everything that's happening. So much happening as we get ready for the weekend right now. I want to start with kind of the state of this Eagles team, which we kind of start many days with, but the reality of people actually asking and wanting to see Tanner McKee, the quarterback, being benched. Mike, why do you think that happens? Is it only happen in a town like Philadelphia? Is it normal to say, hey, I want the guy who won the Super Bowl and the MVP of the Super Bowl? Is that normal, like, fan base reaction? I don't know. We're here in Philly. We see it all the time. But is that something that is, yeah, I can understand why people say that.
Yeah, I can kind of understand why people say that a little bit, Mike. Not to the extent maybe it's going to now, but, you know, I grew up in New York. I've been watching the NFL for, 50 years, and we've all heard the saying, the most popular guy in town is the backup quarterback, right? And that goes back to, I've heard that saying back in the 1970s. So I understand why people are kind of frustrated and they feel the need to sort of, I don't want to say lash out, but find somebody to blame. And obviously Jalen Hurts, his performance on last Monday was maybe one of the worst games he's ever played. Still, as an outside observer, you wish kind of everybody would take a deep breath and realize, that, hey, Jalen Hurts deserves the benefit of the doubt because of what he has achieved in the past.
He is kind of a polarizing guy, though, right? I mean, it's almost as if, when you look at him, he gets drafted and they had Wentz here and people didn't understand. Why'd you take this guy? I don't want this guy. So the first impression was, I don't want this guy. Then he gets the starting job and Wentz gets traded, and he wasn't great. He was just okay. So then people were like, well, go get Russell Wilson. Go get Deshaun Watson. So there was never a first impression or anything that has won you over. So there's been constant doubt of he can't. But now he has. So is it, well, I didn't think you could the first time, so now I don't think you could do it the second time?
Yeah, I mean, the thing when people look at him and his quality, the way he plays and stuff, I just think it would be helpful if Eagles fans kind of put themselves in the shoes of other fandom and looked at what they go through at the quarterback position and realize that these guys are not easy to find. What are 50% of all quarterbacks drafted in the first round kind of wash out. So now you kind of hit the lottery with this guy, a second-round pick, and he turns out to be, a Super Bowl MVP. I just think sometimes my fans don't realize you're not going to be a Super Bowl champion every year. Not every game is a straight line. The ascent is not straight. You're going to have bad years. You're going to have good years. And, as someone who roots for the New York Giants or has plenty of friends who root for the New York Jets, I mean, a year in which you win the division and maybe you don't win a playoff game, but maybe, then get eliminated is still a good season. Is it what happened last year? No, but you can't judge everything by last year and abandon ship when you don't win the Super Bowl title. I mean, to me, I just wish people took a deep breath and had a little common sense about the situation.
Well, that's the thing. You get people to ask Nick Sirianni, hey, is there any consideration of benching him? Tanner McKee's name has come up a lot. That, hey, do you really believe that going to a sixth-round pick in Tanner McKee, is it even plausible to think that could help save this season? Or is it more plausible that the guy that won the MVP of the Super Bowl, got you to a Super Bowl twice, and has been to the playoffs 4 straight seasons, is more the option to help get you out of this mix? Or are we at the point where we think that the Eagles have covered up his flaws so much so that other teams have finally basically backed you into the corner that he can't get out of?
Yeah, I kind of disagree with that. He's obviously, I agree with, I guess it would be option 2 there. I'm not going option 1 with Tanner McKee. I'm not going option 3 that his flaws have been exposed and the league now mysteriously knows how to stop him. I'll go with option 2 that he's still a talented player. He still needs the gifts. He still has the gifts that made him a Super Bowl MVP. He still has the gifts that made him an MVP candidate a couple of years ago. Maybe he's just in a little slump, and he needs somebody to try to get them out of that slump. Again, Mike, I just come back to the fact that these guys, they have good years, and they sometimes have bad years, and they have years where they're really excellent. They have years where they're good. They have years where they're average. It's not, it's not a straight line progression. I mean, look at Kyle Schwarber, the guy they signed. 5 years ago, the Chicago Cubs didn't offer the guy a contract. Basically said, we don't want to pay for you. Go make a deal for yourself somewhere else. He just got, 5 years, $150 million. So Jalen Hurts' talents are still there. Now, if you want to have a discussion, are they using his talents correctly, or is he willing to use his talents correctly? I think he needs to run the football more. I think he's a dynamic quarterback when he runs the football, and I don't think he's really run it enough this year, or to be honest, even last year. When he runs, I think he's one of the better quarterbacks in football. When he doesn't run, he's average or slightly above average, and I don't think he's running enough this season.
So earlier this week, Jeremy Fowler in his notes section said people around the league are starting to think that the Eagles might draft a quarterback high even before the 4-interception performance. The prediction from these folks, GM Howie Roseman snags a passer on day 2. They allow Hurts to serve as the starter next year while having a future starter to develop. They will do to Jalen what they did to Jalen Hurts, that they did to Carson Wentz, one industry source predicts. The Eagles know their passing game struggles largely because Hurts has limitations. When it gets to that point from a team that won the Super Bowl, and look, they were 8-2, now they're now 8-5, and there is a lot more haziness around this team. Is that surprising to hear something like that?
It's surprising to me. My quarterback is not any other position, okay? It's obviously a high-profile position. And how did it work out for Carson Wentz when they drafted Jalen Hurts? Now, I was never a Carson Wentz guy, but as soon as they drafted Jalen Hurts, he went south even faster than he was headed south before Hurts came on the scene. You look at what happened in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers. He wasn't happy when the Packers drafted a quarterback at the end of the first round. Brett Favre wasn't happy when Aaron Rodgers was drafted. I think you've got to be very, very careful about what you do with the quarterback position as far as drafting guys. I think it can backfire on you a little bit. And, Mike, I find it hard to believe that in February, not even a year ago, Hurts was good enough to be the MVP of a Super Bowl team. Probably, let's face it, the best football team in Eagles history. And now, 8-9 months later or 13 games later, everybody in the NFL has all of a sudden figured him out. I can't grasp that. I can't go all in on that theory, basically.
He is 54-25, by the way. That is his record as a starting quarterback.
Record. Okay, 54-25. Go ask what the Giants' record is, the Jets' record is, and see how many quarterbacks they've trotted out there during that stretch, and then tell me you want to get rid of Jalen Hurts. That's what drives me crazy sometimes, Mike. It's almost like, Philadelphia fans, you got this nice car, and it just needs a new tune-up or something. We don't have to get rid of the entire car. It's a Mercedes-Benz. Let's just change the spark plugs and go forward. We don't have to drive the car into a ditch.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, we talk about that, and it's funny, he has this bad game, which was bad. And I think he's played the numbers that we said earlier, from weeks 10 on, his completion percentage is 58%. Before that, from 1 to 9, it was 70%. Now, listen, they've had some weather issues. It's going to be windy and cold again on Sunday, so who knows what this passing game is going to look like. But ultimately, they would be like looking at A.J. Brown, who did not have he had statistically a good night, But he said there's 3 balls that I would like to have back that he dropped. And it'd be like saying because he had 3 drops that you should play Darius Cooper over him. I mean, that's almost what I hear when I think of people who watch one particular game with 4 interceptions and say, that's it, it's time to move on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if A.J. Brown catches the touchdown pass and the Eagles win that game, what's the narrative this week? The narrative is probably that Jalen Hurts showed his, inner strength and his ability to overcome adversity, overcoming a lot of turnovers, and still being able to lead the Eagles to victory. And that's why you love Jalen Hurts. The one thing that I don't like about Jalen Hurts, the narrative that I've heard, the reports I hear coming out of the NovaCare complex, is you hear some people saying that he doesn't want to run the football as much as he's done in the past. And that to me is the one thing I would like to see. Again, when he runs the football, I think he's a dynamic quarterback. When he doesn't use his legs, not so much. So the one improvement that I would like to see is him be able to, run the football a little bit much, especially now that you're later in the season. Games get a little bit more important. Weather conditions, it's tough to throw, like you said. I'd like to see him use his legs a little bit more. But other than that, I kind of, I kind of sit back and say, what do people want? I mean, you look kind of spoiled, honestly. The guy who won the Super Bowl last year, and now, 13 games later, you want to start Tanner McKee? I mean, everybody sit down and take a deep breath.
Well, and the McKee stuff's pretty funny. He came in, he played 1 game last year. He played a handful of preseason games, I guess. Nothing he did really stood out in those moments. And the league is telling you, this league is starving for quarterbacks. If they saw something in him, in any of his short flashes, you don't think Kellen Moore, who needed a quarterback, would have said, hey, I'll take that guy with me to the Saints. Hey, I need a quarterback, multiple teams around. Nobody called them and said, hey, you guys got a guy. This is a 6th-round pick that people are thinking is going to turn into, Tom Brady?
Right. And Mike, the other thing is, look at the entire offense, okay? You just made a great point about A.J. Brown starting his backup, and I guess we heard a little bit of this, but, Saquon Barkley hasn't exactly lit the world on fire. And I guess I hear some people are saying out there, give more carries to Tank Bigsby, don't give the ball to Barkley. I mean, which sounds just as ridiculous as benching Jalen Hurts. But it's not just Hurts. It's the entire offense that is kind of struggling. And you can probably trace that back to the offensive line not performing at the levels it's done in the past, A, because guys have gotten older, and B, because of injuries. So, I mean, it's a team picture that you have to look at, and demanding this, to change one part is, again, a little ridiculous. And honestly, I think the fan base comes off a little bit foiled by the fact that, 13 games after the guy was a Super Bowl MVP, you want to bench him for Tanner McKee.
Yeah, and listen, it's not going to be any easier. The offensive line, Lane Johnson is out again this week. Fred Johnson's going to play. Landon Dickerson, he left last game. He is going to play, but he hasn't been able to, make it through a lot of games. This offensive line, I think, it's like the NFL draft, Mike. On draft night, when your team drafts the offensive lineman, it's boring. It's not fun. But when you don't have them, the fun skill players can't be what you want them to be. And right now, the Eagles are going through what a lot of teams go through. They have fun skill players, and they don't have a good offensive line, and it is wrecking this offense right now.
Absolutely, Mike. Another 100% agreement there. And the other thing that Eagles fans have kind of experienced the past couple of years is they've gone through relatively unscathed injury-wise, especially last season. I don't even know if they had one serious injury last season, basically. I think all 22 starters started in the Super Bowl or something like that. So they have had seasons where people do not get hurt. That's not just a way of life in the NFL. You are going to have seasons where you have multiple injuries, and they're going to impact the way you play. And that's another factor that the Eagles are in. And that's just life in the NFL. And I come back to the fact is you're not going to win the Super Bowl every year. And having said that, the Eagles are still 8-5. I still wouldn't count them out of getting their act back together and making a run, to a championship game and maybe even the Super Bowl if guys get healthy and stuff like that. So all is not lost, But I feel like the panic, it's the same sort of notion that I hear from people when they say, break up the 96-win Phillies. I don't want Kyle Schwarber and his 56 home runs back because we got to break up our core. I mean, to me, it's just I just can't, maybe it's because I've been around a while, and you see that some years are good, some years are bad, some years are okay.
All right, Mike, they play the Raiders. This Raiders team's not good. But do you see a path to victory for this Raiders team the way Philadelphia's going? They have Max Crosby. Your offensive line's kind of not good. Your offense has been a problem. Do you see the Raiders being a thorn in your side this week?
Mike, I can't see it. I can't see. I believe Kenny Pickett is going to be the starting quarterback for the Raiders. I cannot see Kenny Pickett coming into Philadelphia on a windy, cold, maybe snowy day and leading the Raiders to victory. If that happens on Monday, maybe I'll recount everything I just said, basically, and I'll be on the Tanner McKee. I'll be driving the Tanner McKee bandwagon down the Atlantic City Expressway with beeping my horn, calling for a change at that point. But I can't see any way. This is a perfect, healthy situation for the Eagles to get healthy. And honestly, with the 2 games against the Commanders and the 1 game against the Bills, this is a perfect sort of end of the season schedule for the Eagles to kind of gather themselves and get back on the right track. Don't underestimate, Mike, how tough a schedule the Eagles played this season and facing teams from the AFC West and the NFC North. They turned out to be 2 of the best divisions in all of football. They went head-to-head with all these teams. Again, you're not going to win every one of them. Maybe the schedule took a toll on them, but they've got a kind of month. They've got a runway here to get healthy, and it's got to start Sunday. And I can't see Kenny Pickett coming in here and leading the Raiders to victory.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they got to get the offense going, and it's the offensive line that's got to help them out. But I do think if Jalen Hurts can utilize his biggest asset, those legs. And, I'm not asking him to be running around like Johnny Manziel and just be reckless, or Jackson Dart being reckless back there. I'm just saying 3rd down and 7, you see an opening, get the 7 yards, right? I mean, it seems that that element of his game has been completely diminished.
Right, when he was at his best, Mike, and I'm a guy who's kind of rooted against him at times in some games. He was a frustrating guy to root against because exactly like you said, it'd be 3rd and 7. All of a sudden, the rush would be closing in on him in the pocket, and he would be able to, either step up and break through or get to the outside and use his strength and speed to pick up first downs. Those are the types of plays that I think made him the special quarterback that he is. And he just hasn't made enough of those plays this season. And is he doing it because he doesn't want to, because he doesn't want to get hurt? I understand that, but it really kind of takes away from his game if he's not willing to use his legs. And I think today, Mike, to be a very good quarterback in the NFL, you've got to be able to run. And I understand injury risk comes with it. But Jalen Hurts isn't the same guy when he's just sitting in the pocket.
Nope, and teams are obviously right now taking a lot of the run game away from this team. It's not the same run game, the offensive line, the run game. That puts more pressure on him. We'll see how it all unfolds this Sunday against the Raiders, 1 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN. Winter meetings have kind of come to a close here. Where does the NL East stand at the end of the winter meetings?
Well, it stands with, to me, the Philadelphia Phillies as the clear, absolute favorite to win their 3rd straight National League East title. I mean, the Braves are in a little bit of a transition. They signed Suarez. They obviously have a lot of good players down there. They can never be discounted. I think the Phillies are better. The Nationals have some young players. I think they're still a year or 2 away. The Miami Marlins are the Miami Marlins. You never know what you're going to get there. They're a talented, young team. But, are they ready to make a jump? I don't think so. And the New York Mets, right now, the Mets are on the clock because the Mets can't put this team that they currently have, who's on their roster, on the field right now. But you look at a Mets team that has lost Nimmo, lost Diaz, and lost Alonso. To me, the Phillies are almost head and shoulders above everybody else
Wow.
in the National League East.
So as we stand here, they got Schwarber back, and it looks a lot the same. Somebody asked me the other day, what's this outfield look like? I don't really have an answer at this point, but the report today that the Phillies are begging teams to take Nick Castellanos. I mean, that would assume that he will probably be released if they can't trade him. It doesn't look like any takers out there. So you're going to have to replace your right fielder. At this point, you don't have a center fielder. You probably put Crawford in either left or center. But that kind of does suggest that even after the winter meetings here, man, they still have a lot of decisions to make and a lot of moves that has to improve this team.
Yeah, there's some work to be done, but the reason I make them such a favorite right now is what they have coming back and what they will have on opening day. Sanchez and Luzardo, two of the best young pitchers in the game. An elite closer in Duran. Kyle Schwarber back, runner-up MVP, 56 home runs. Bryce Harper at first base. Some talented young players in Crawford and Painter and maybe Aiden Miller at some point, ready to join the group. Could there be room for a trade there? Absolutely. You know, Alec Boehm, is he a guy that's going to be dealt this year? Bryson Stott, is he a guy who could possibly dealt? The outfield is unsettled, but you look at the core of what the Phillies have, and I believe JT Realmuto will also be back. I don't think that any other team in the National League East can match that Phillies core. Is there still work to be done? Absolutely. But the core guys, the talented core guys there are, you know, I don't see another team in the National League East that really comes close to that.
All right. Well, we'll see what Dave Dombrowski's next move is. The Castellanos thing will need to, I don't think that they can trade him. I would imagine that they just release him. That's a pretty – go ahead.
Absolutely, Mike. I mean, if you're another baseball team, why would you trade for Castellanos? They read the papers. They know what's going on. They know that the Phillies don't want Castellanos back. They know that Castellanos doesn't want to come back. So why would I give up a player for a guy that you're probably going to release? I'll give you the one thing I think I would like to see, the move I'd like to see the Phillies make, and nobody's really talked a lot about it. I'd like to see them go get, a right-handed reliever, a big-time right-handed reliever with maybe some closing experience who can anchor down that bullpen also. You add a guy like that to Alvarado, Duran, Kirkring, Strahm, I think that puts that bullpen over the edge. So not a lot of people have talked about that, but I think that's one thing the Phillies could use. Give me a big-time right-handed guy with closing experience. I think that might almost be as important as a power-hitting outfielder for them.
Well, and that's, the Braves went out and got Suarez. That would have been a nice guy to have in your eighth inning there. I did hear some reports that they were looking at, like Finnegan, some of these guys who have been closers for bad teams, that maybe you go out and get them. They are your eighth inning guy here in front of Duran. But I do like that one there. It also will be interesting to see how they fill that center field spot. Bader with Yastrzemski's deal to Atlanta, I don't know that Bader seems realistic. Do you even want to pay Bader? So they got to figure out center. If it's Crawford, you got to figure out one of those positions, because if you can't find a center fielder and you got to play Crawford there, you don't want to play Marsh there. It sounds like they really like Kemp to play every day somewhere, and it most likely will be a platoon situation with Marsh. So they still got, but the big thing will be after this, winter meetings, have they made enough calls that they can spin Boehm and or Stott? I would imagine those two guys are still in play.
Yeah, I would think so. If you're going to make a trade to sort of freshen things up or bring some life in, one of those two guys is probably the guy that would go. Probably Boehm. I mean, they tried to trade him last year. Maybe they had maybe they asked too much. Maybe other teams didn't offer as much. It would be interesting to see what happens this season. And, to me, Mike, in the outfield, I'd throw Crawford in center field and see how he plays. I mean, his skill set, he's got the skill set of a center fielder. Throw him out there and see if he can do it. Bat him down the bottom of the order and tell him, don't worry about hitting. Just go out there and catch the ball in center field and see what happens from there. So I think his profile of the type of hitter he is singles hitter type of guy, hit for average, speed. He profiles as a center fielder, not a left fielder. He's only 21, 22 years old. Throw him in center field and see what happens.
All right, Mike. Winter meeting's done. Sixers tonight, by the way. They take on the Pacers. You can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN. Eagles this weekend. It's one of those weekends where you got the Sixers, Flyers, and Eagles all playing on Sunday. And you can listen to those games here on 97.3 ESPN. Flyers, Carolina on Sunday will be on Rock 104.1. That's a 5 o'clock start. Mike's back on Monday. We'll look back at the weekend that was. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Mike, appreciate it. We'll see you down the road. Thank you.
As always, Mike McGarry here on a Friday. And, of course, Mike McGarry on the Sports Bash is brought to you each and every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907. It is a Sports Bash happy hour Friday, so I got picks for you coming up. Couple picks for the people out there. I'll do that in just a little bit, plus game picks, game balls, and more. On the other side, there's so many crazy stories happen. We talked about the Sharon Moore thing earlier. How about this TJ Watt thing? How about this Phillip Rivers possibly playing the NFL games this weekend? We did our Friday 5. There's just some wild stuff happening.
I got picks for you too, by the way.
How about it?
Happy Hour Friday.
Oh, wow. Looking forward to that.
I mean, what do you think I've been doing on my PTO days?
Nice. All right, we'll do that coming up. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:34. So, Eagles Raiders this weekend. Everybody knows it. It's a huge game for Philly. They got to win this game. You can not lose this game. Can't have it happen.
No, because if you lose this game, then we're going to be calling for more than Jalen Hurts being benched.
It would be bad. Monday would be ugly. That would be ugly. And you almost can't win like 13-9. You got to do something more than that. A couple stories here that caught my attention.
A couple items.
Talked about this Michigan more. I'm just like flabbergasted by this thing.
See, I can't say that I'm surprised it happened, but I'm not surprised of the dynamics of it.
Well, the latest thing that I saw, I don't know what to believe half the time anymore. Like that he was on the sideline during the game, like messaging OnlyFans models against Ohio State. Is that accurate?
That part I have not seen. I can't verify that. I have to look into that one. What I know is this, just to kind of give the background, what information I know. So apparently, Moore has been a bit of an aggressive individual, shall I call it, over the years, right? He has been a very outward, very very passionate individual, is what he was described previously. And his ability to connect with the kids is a big reason why he was a big recruiter at Michigan. And
some guys are better suited for that role.
Right.
Like, hey, I'm the guy, we'll go and wave the towel, get the recruits here.
Correct.
Not be the guy that leads the program.
Over time, he ascended to the offensive coordinator position at Michigan. And he kind of was viewed as like a Harbaugh guy. Remember, he was the guy who took over when Harbaugh got suspended a couple years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he has the job.
Right. Well, apparently behind the scenes, he had been known to have some questionable behavior at times. But it was kind of, shall we call it, wiped under the rug because Michigan was winning. And then this relationship that he had with this woman who worked at the university,
it's
in the program.
I don't want to say it's funny, but I saw the picture of the woman. I figured it was a student. She looks very, very, very young. Apparently, she's like 30.
Yeah, she's older than she looks.
Yeah, I did not realize. I figured it was like a student, like assistant, and that he was like.
That'd be a little more salacious, actually.
Well, I'm just not that it makes it any better for anybody here. She is obviously entered into this situation knowing that he had a family and kids.
Correct.
And vice versa.
Right.
So she's no better here.
No, she's no better.
But it got a little bit ridiculous from his angle where he stalking the woman, he goes to her house.
Well, I was going to get to there. So apparently before any of that happened, since Moore became the head coach, he had become a little extra, aggressive with the coaching staff at times, to the point where, he would be yelling at them for random stuff. And apparently it got worse around the same time that reportedly that he had to acquire a plan B for this woman, and he had it delivered.
Okay, you mean the product.
The product plan B.
Like another woman.
No.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off there. So the plan B product delivered to the offices, and over the last couple months, he had been extra, borderline violent with his staff.
Yeah, so the prosecutor said on Friday that Moore forced entry into the woman's home and said, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to make you watch.
Right.
My blood is on your hands. You ruined my life.
Right. He apparently blames this woman for everything that has happened in his life to this point.
So the situation is now he is he is in jail.
Well,
he's been released from jail.
He was released on bond.
Yes.
But he must stay.
He is charged with felony third-degree home invasion and 2 misdemeanors, stalking in a domestic relationship, and breaking and entering.
He's basically not allowed to leave the state at this point. If he leaves the state, he violates his bond.
It's always an interesting thing. If you were the leader of the state, wouldn't you say, please get out of my state? I don't want you staying here. go do what get out of here. But no, I get it.
Well, the reason why I say
this thing's a mess.
Well, the reason why I say I'm not insanely shocked is because you know what I just recently watched for the first time, Mike? The Bishop Sycamore documentary.
Not familiar.
It's on HBO Max right now. You should go watch it.
I do have HBO Max now.
You do. And by the end of that thing, I was like, I cannot believe this man was trusted with anything. Like the amount of lying.
Is he in that thing?
He's in it. They interview him.
The Bishop Sycamore?
Yeah, the guy.
What is the show? What is the
documentary?
Yeah.
I
What's
think
the connection to Moore?
Well, no, it's just the things that guy was accused of. In terms of like domestic violence, in terms of his like attitude toward the kids, in terms of like his like all of like the shady stuff he was involved in. And now I'm reading something about Moore, and I'm like, oh great, another guy who was entrusted with young people who has bad character.
Then you have this T.J. Watt,
This is nuts.
partially collapsed lung.
Yes.
That he sustained after a dry needling session at the team facility.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me. Remember Tyrod Taylor a few years ago?
Yes.
He was going to get a pain injection. They missed.
Yes. And he had the lung situation.
Yes, it's also a lung.
So,
First of all, how are we hiring people who are allowed to handle needles in billion-dollar businesses who miss?
well, listen, this is so bizarre that the treatment is used for pain and movement issues associated with like trigger points.
Correct.
And to perform the treatment, they need to insert thin needles,
Very thin needle.
into or near the trigger points to stimulate the muscles.
Correct, because you actually have to directly shoot it into the area for it to be most effective.
So it's like an alternative to acupuncture.
Correct.
Yeah.
The acupuncture doesn't go.
So
as
now
deep
he's
as
not
this.
playing. I mean,
Now he can't play.
Yeah,
He's
now
been
he
ruled
can't
out
play.
Monday night.
And this is, the best player on your team.
Yeah, pretty much. Although the defense has been
So
good there.
Tyrod Taylor, though, his relationship with that team just disintegrated after that. He essentially blamed them for that.
Yeah, and there was a whole like legal dispute and like, should they have given him the shot? Should they have not given him the shot? There was a whole fiasco with that.
Phillip Rivers.
This is the feel-good story of the week.
I don't know if it's a feel-good story or I'm concerned here. This, to me, feels like the boxer who retires and then 5 years later gets back in the ring, and you're like, oh, man, you didn't need to go out this way. I mean, Rivers was a very, very good quarterback. Borderline Hall of Famer, if not a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
He's actually on the ballot for this upcoming year. If he actually plays, he now has to wait another 5 years.
Which he apparently is going to play, it looks like. He is trending toward playing on Sunday.
They're not revealing the starter, but it does feel like he is going to play, which means he's going to have to wait 5 more years. He is on the Hall of Fame ballot for next season.
Yeah, he'll have to wait 5 more years to be eligible.
So you're saying feel-good story, and most people are. I feel like boxer, retired, needs paycheck. Now, not so much that Phillip Rivers need a paycheck. I'm not really sure.
He definitely doesn't
his
need a
financial.
paycheck.
Well, he's got 10 kids. He's been coaching high school football. He's been around the game, yada, yada, yada. He's 44 years old. He hasn't played in 5 years.
Right.
I feel like this could be ugly injury, something that will make you cringe.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from. I just think that Phillip Rivers has a history of getting the ball out of his hands quickly, so I don't see him like holding the ball.
When he was in his 30s.
Yeah, but
He's
he
44.
He didn't forget how to throw a football.
No, but your reflexes, I got news for you. They're not the same anymore.
Okay, so you're saying that it doesn't matter how good he looked in practice. You're saying
I don't know what he looked like in practice. I wasn't there.
They said in practice looked pretty good.
Okay, I mean, sure. Next
Now,
to who's
Riley
the other
Leonard.
guy? Yeah, next to Riley Leonard, I probably look good.
They're saying that he looked like the best quarterback in the building.
Against Riley Leonard.
Well, Riley Leonard is about 20 years younger than him.
Yeah, but he stinks. Which is why you called this guy.
Well, you
Phillip
called
Rivers,
him-
by the way, his last season,
Yeah.
he was threw for 4,100 yards, 24 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. He completed 68% of his passes. He played in the playoff that year. He threw for 300 yards in the postseason, 2 touchdowns, no picks. So, yeah, he had a solid final 2000. He played in 2020 was the last time he has played.
Right. That's when the Colts lost to the Bills in the postseason.
2020. It was
Yeah.
COVID. That's the last time this guy played a football game.
Yeah.
We were wearing masks.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a feel-good story. I'm excited to see him play on Sunday.
I feel it could be a feel-good story, but I also feel that it could end, disturbing.
If it wasn't football, you would feel differently, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I feel here's a 44-year-old guy who, by the way, they said is not in great shape. Not bad. He's not, out of shape. He doesn't look like me, but that he did admit, I'm put on a couple pounds. I've been out of football for 5 years.
He was saying at the one presser, they were asking, how close are you to your playing weight?
Not close.
And he said not close.
Not close. He wasn't much of a mover. He did admit that, which, yes. But it takes one hit to him being
true.
out of shape, and I'm just all I think of is not like Mike Tyson fighting at 60, but more like some of these guys that get back in the ring. You know who, a lot of these UFC guys. They come back, Cowboy
Cerrone.
Oh, my God. Give it up, dude. You're out there. You're 42 years old.
Well, in that sense, I go back to, I don't know if you remember this, but a few years ago, Chuck Liddell.
There's another one.
He came out to have a rematch with Tito Ortiz, and Tito completely obliterated him. Because, Chuck's Chuck. He kind of been living off of the reputation that he developed, while Tito's still been in the gym because he's training people. And so you had one guy who was in shape and one guy who, thinks he's in shape.
Yeah, and they were great. They wanted to keep doing it because they love the roar of the crowd and the energy, and they just don't have it anymore.
Yeah, it's like when Jake Paulke's fighting all these washed-up boxers, and you're just, cringing.
Yeah. Last one for you.
But wait, there's more.
Utah coach Kyle Whittingham stepping down. 21 years. Now, people might be like, what? That Utah program has come a long way to now they're basically, one of the premier teams in that Big 12.
And because of him.
Yes. He does it at a time, though, when the whole coaching cycle is did he put them in a bad spot doing this?
A little bit. I think there's a little bit of why you do it now, but he's always been a guy who walks the Beavs in trouble. I've heard some of his interviews, and he's definitely a different cat.
I thought that was odd. Hey, you know what? Let me do it now.
Why now?
It's going to be interesting to see who Michigan ends up having to hire now.
Yep.
And now Utah needs a coach as well. All right, Sixers back tonight. They take on the Pacers. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. I have not seen anything on Embiid, have you?
Embiid? I've been worried about Maxey. I saw he was questionable earlier.
Yeah, I just saw a tweet from Keith Pompey. Maxey will not play due to an illness.
That's what I was worried about.
Okay, so Maxey is out. And I have not seen the rest of the crew. I haven't really been paying a lot of attention to it, to be honest with you. Johnny Broom was recalled tonight.
He's available to play tonight. I saw that earlier.
Joel Embiid, probable. Maxey was probable.
Yeah, but he was down with the questionable
that was
earlier
yesterday.
today.
Yeah. All right, we'll try to find it out on the other side. Picks, Happy Hour Friday, game balls, all that next on the Sports Bash. All right, 5:52, getting ready to get out of here. A little happy hour Friday. A couple picks for you guys out there before we go. It's the weekend. Have a little fun this weekend. Be safe while you're driving around. Here are my couple picks for you guys if you want to check them out. Josh, you can go first. You said you had a couple.
Yeah, so I wanted to recommend a couple here. First of all, so Flounder Pounder I know is very popular at Slack Time, but they also now have a Flounder Pounder with apricot.
Apricot,
whatever you want to call it. It's really, really good. Also, the Hereford Inlet Wheat Beer. They have very good over there at Slack Tide. And the new stout for everybody, Dark and Stouty, is absolutely delicious. Also, I was over at Avalon Brew Pub recently. Healing Sun is a lager they have over there. It's pretty darn good, Mike Gill.
All right, I was at a Buna Connection on Saturday night. Had myself their IPA is called the Back Roads. I like it. I'm a big fan of that beer. The Back Roads, it's called. They had a couple good ones there. One that I wanted to try out was a Fester. It's a black IPA. Didn't get to it, though, but check out the Back Roads. I was at Manafirkin up in Manahawkin, Long Beach Island area the other day, and I had Fuzzy Nuggets. Not Nick's Nuggets, but Fuzzy Nuggets. They had a lot of good IPAs options over there. Manafirkin Brewing Company in Manahawkin, Fuzzy Nuggets. The place was packed. There was a good benefit over there on Sunday.
Nice.
So having a benefit tomorrow over at Boca in Margate if you want to stop over 1 to 4. It is $30 at the door. It's benefiting my cousin. We're doing a fundraiser for him. We're going to have a whole bunch of prizes, food, all that kind of stuff. If you're in the Margate area tomorrow, 1 to 4, you want to just donate. It's a $30 ticket at the door. It goes to a good cause. I would be much appreciative for those people who want to do that as well. I'm going to the Bush Show tomorrow night there, Josh.
There you go.
Soul Asylum opening up for them. So if anybody's out and about tomorrow night, we'll see you over at Ocean Casino, which is where I'll be on Monday. Eagles 27, Raiders 9. I think they get the running game going. I think they finally kind of get the groove back. Stello gets a groove back. Eagles get their groove back as well. Saquon Barkley gets the game ball. And Jalix Hunt is going to have a couple sacks in the game. That gets the game ball on defense. Eagles 27, Raiders 9 in the game. I think it's going to be one of those games like 17-7, much like last year. They're up 17-7 late in the game. Barkley hits a big one, and the Raiders just have no offense. The Eagles defense wins them this game, but at the end you might say, oh, look, they look better. 27-9. Philadelphia wins it, and we'll talk about it Monday at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. See ya.